District Court budget hearing come to order on the August the 2nd, 2022. For the record, Judge Sylvia is not here. Okay, and the first up is
The time is 9:33.
9:30, what?
3.
9:33. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Eight. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. So to be quite honest with you, I think most of you know that I do everything I can to make sure I don't have a bunch of fluff in my budget. There are some challenges, obviously, with law enforcement right now, but for the most part, with the help of y'all, we've been able to pretty well tackle most of those challenges. But right now, personnel is becoming a little bit of an issue, not at this exact moment, but it is a little bit dealing with where the future's headed, particularly with a new facility and trying to get this temporary female facility put together. And Commissioner Hammond, I need you to make sure you hang on to that red pen when we look at these bids that are going to come in on this temporary facility. I got a bad feeling. So
Yeah, you can go.
obviously the economy is going to hurt us a little bit, so who knows what's going to happen there. But one of the sheets I handed you, I just wanted to give you a real quick briefing. Is this one sheet by itself? It's the jail. Just to give you an idea of where we're sitting right now. The current count is 152, and that's actual mattresses either on a bunk or on the floor. And the only reason we're that low right now is because we just sent 8 of them to TDCJ. So we've been sitting on 160 to 164. It's pretty well where we're sitting. And what we've done is we've taken a male housing unit, a male dormitory, and removed all the men out of it and have used it for a women's facility to try and accommodate the amount of women that we currently have. So, but that's the numbers where we're sitting right now. So we still have mattresses on the floor and we still have classification problems. So I don't want anybody to think that we're doing our best to run it smoothly, but I don't want anybody to think it's smooth. All right, it's got some challenges. So just kind of start right off. There's nothing in my request that from an increase of money that one hasn't already been contractually agreed to by Commissioners Court, myself, with the Officers Association. So we don't have not a single salary increase that I'm requesting. All right. Now, with that caveat, I want to make sure that I say this, and I want to go on record. I'm not asking for clerk salaries and civilian increases, but if the rest of the county is going to let me know, so I'm not the heel. I'm not the guy that didn't treat my employees properly, because I hear all kinds of rumors and I don't sit around and watch budget hearings. But there's no doubt that my employees probably deserve those same salaries that other people are asking for. By no means am I going to throw a fit like some people might in this court about salaries and what have you. But I would just ask, if you're going to do a salary increase, you make sure you do it across the board. And just because somebody picks up an extra box of paper clips for the boss doesn't mean they need a salary increase. I call it like I see it, guys. You wouldn't want your sheriff to be any other way.
That's right.
Okay, so item number 1, 669-1430. That's the contractual agreement with the jailers for the top lister. And what I'm going down is the memorandum here of the increases. The 1440 is also the additional cost for the stipends that are in the agreement. And we can stop and talk about any of those, but most of you know the collective bargaining agreement. And I would encourage any of you, obviously Commissioner Combs probably wouldn't be interested, but as we roll into these, the next contractual agreement time, you know, I would strongly urge any of you to feel free to get involved with collective bargaining.
Sheriff, I was gonna ask you, who was actually sitting on that kind of court?
I do.
So I think the last two contracts has been Commissioner Gore. I'm sure he'd probably love for one of y'all to take over. It's not bad. It isn't bad, but at the same time, you know.
Hold on from the last side.
So Aaron's been heavily involved in it, but he was sitting in a different role at the time.
Right.
But he's always been involved in it. So. All right. So the dispatch, so if you'll notice that 1450. And I think that it's two things I need to discuss with that, because that is there's an increase there that we're asking that you consider adding 4 more dispatchers. And John, if I get off on something, just stop me so I don't tell him wrong. And the number one reason is the increase of EMS calls. And I think it's important that I discuss that. It's not the increase of EMS calls. It's the increase of EMS radio traffic. All right. Because of the circumstance and the creation of Chambers County EMS and the way it's being managed and run, and it's being managed and run professionally. I'm not criticizing, but what we were used to and what we have now is, I'd probably say from an EMS perspective, it's twice as much radio. It's probably at least doubled. Calls volume is up a little bit because the population's up a little bit, just like the law enforcement calls are up, just like fire calls are up. But from an EMS perspective, because of the professionalism and accountability and everything that goes with it, it has greatly increased. So I would tell you that if you decide you want to fund that, and I strongly suggest it, we're working on 4th console now. In fact, where are we on that? Do we know? Is it quite a number trying to get the 4th console going? I think it's pretty well about there.
Yeah, HGAC agreed with them.
Yeah. So
What about physical space?
we had it when this facility was designed, it was designed with 4. And so we've been operating with 3 for the last 10 years. And so we're going to try and operate with this 4th dispatch position. And HGAC is going to actually fund it, which is good. So the only thing we're going to need to fund is the personnel. And I would strongly urge that not come out of general fund, that it clearly come out of, excuse me, 091. And I don't want to sit there and think this 091 is this big catch-all, but excuse me. But I will tell you that it is the increase of emergency medical services, radio traffic, and the accountability and the supervisors keeping track of what their personnel are doing, what they're working on. I mean, they're good at what they do, but the increase is definitely there, and it is clearly emergency medical.
I agree. It makes a quick comment. I appreciate the job you do running the sheriff's office and dispatching everything, because I saw an article on news the other day, how dispatch in Harris County and all of them was so short on dispatchers and everything. And then they had an article on one of the dispatchers fell asleep while taking a call, snoring while the person was trying to get help. So, I mean, we're lucky to have the employees we have and able to get them. So, I mean, I appreciate that, Sheriff.
Sure, I do have a question on
Sure.
just to write up. You know, it's worded an additional 171,538 is requested to staff 4 new dispatch positions. So are we raising it to a total of 4? Or are we increasing the number by 4?
Increase the number by 4 because we
And that would put us to a
it's a
total of how
4th
many?
position, but I think we have 12. We're sitting on 12 right now.
Okay, so you got 3. It's because of the rotation and the hours.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay,
1 per shift will be added.
What we're doing is adding
adding
one
1 per shift. Okay.
So you run 3 consoles 24/7 right now?
I'm sorry.
You run 3 consoles 24/7?
We run 2 for sure 24/7. And then when we don't have vacations or training and what have you, we are running 3. I would never want to, we don't have enough manpower to do a constant solid 3. Just takes 5.1 personnel to do a 365-day 24/7 because of vacations, comp time, sick leave. So it takes that additional 1.1 employee. So we're not at that level yet, Commissioner. So we do have days and nights when we only have 2 on shift. But I would say we're probably pretty good about 50% of the time we're operating with 3.
Okay. Sheriff, a quick question here. I guess I'll title this subject vacancies. People leaving. This is a nationwide deal. How's that affecting you and what's your plans to reach out? In other words, how are you going to headhunt new people coming in?
Well, it's funny. The chief just informed me yesterday that we're losing 2 of our deputies. One's going to Mont Bellevue and one's going to Barbers Hill. And it's for money. I'm not coming here telling you that we need to chase money, but obviously that's what's drawing them.
Sure.
So there are some challenges. You know, one of the things we're coming out with an app, a sheriff's office app. Hopefully it'll be out in the next few weeks. We think it's going to be a good driving factor for people. It's going to do a lot of different things, but hopefully one of the things it will do recruiting. It has a recruiting icon on it.
Okay.
We're going to try and do some videos. Part of the problem that we see, and you all see it as commissioners, is all of us have day jobs, so it's hard to figure out how to add that additional mixture in there, those things that we don't normally do that's not part of the job, but it is part of the job, such as social media. I mean, there's a point in time where I would say that the county is going to need a social media. That's all the person does. You know, Samantha and them try to do a good job with it. At the same time, they try to do all their other responsibilities. So, and sheriff's offices are the same way. And sooner or later, we're going to be in that. But we're going to try and do some recruiting videos. I just came back from the sheriff's conference. The chief and I were at the sheriff's conference in Fort Worth last week. Everybody's having this problem of recruiting, and I noticed that there are multiple booths at the sheriff's conference expo that were people that will come shoot recruiting videos for you and do all these things to, you know, you contract them, obviously. I'm not really interested in doing that. I'd rather kind of work our way through it and try and eventually develop our own people inside the county that could do that kind of stuff for us instead of trying to, because obviously those contractors want pretty good money to do it. But
That
I
approach
think
is
we're
here.
headed that way. I do think we're headed that way, but I will tell you, so it's important, you all need to know, dispatch is probably the hardest to recruit people. It's probably more difficult for me to find dispatchers than it is law enforcement officers or jailers. It's a high stress.
I would think it would be reversed.
No, it's high stress and it's very technical. They're operating 3 computers essentially at one time. They got 6 screens that they work off of. Everything from mapping to the 911 call system to the CAD system. It's a tough job. It's not one that any of the 5 of us would want to do. I can assure you. It's now once they learn it and they're good at it, we have got some fine dispatchers, but you know, they were informing me 2 of my dispatchers would like to be deputies, and they're awesome dispatchers. So there's no reason why I wouldn't want them as deputies. I just hate to lose them as dispatchers.
Right.
So, you know, it's tough. So the chief handed me a document. So I don't know if this document got in your packet. Oh, it is in your packet. All right. So if you look, one of your, it's dispatch stats, the EMS calls in 2016. We're 516. And in 2021, they were 2811. So essentially 400% increase.
Where's that at?
It looks like this. It
Oh,
looks
last
like that.
page. Second last page. What was that number again, Sheriff? I'm sorry. EMS call?
Yeah, so if you drive down the EMS fight in 2016, it was 516,
Right.
and you flip over to 2021. And there's just been a gradual increase
Right.
of radio work traffic. And it's the 911 call. And y'all, like our dispatchers, I don't want you to think because it's tough. And not only do they do the radio dispatch for fire and EMS and the law enforcement operations. And in any way you look at it, we still see that law enforcement calls are about 80 to 85% of the radio traffic. So it kind of gives you an idea that how much everything is just kind of increasing due to the volume of our county. So. All right, I won't stay on that any longer. So we'll 1460. And this does not reflect the additional 5% required to meet the contractual agreement. The John, tell me exactly, this is the salary increase just for the deputies contract.
No, sir, that's not reflected. That's to do the management increase to match the CBA.
Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. So, gentlemen, you probably remember I asked to remove the captains and lieutenants out of the collective bargaining unit because I needed them to be leadership and management and not part of the boys. Okay, so captain, this is to the increase for the captains and lieutenants to match the contract.
Oh, I got
That's
you.
all it is. It's nothing more than what they would be getting,
Yes,
but I need them on mine and yours team,
right.
not on the deputies team. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Just
Right.
it's
He was with-
leadership is leadership. So,
That's a 46,000.
yes,
That would cover all 8 positions. And just a side note, without that increase, with the contract will increase for a sergeant would make more than a lieutenant without that increase.
You said it's for 8 positions?
Yes, it covered all of them.
So the sergeants are
All the
still,
ones that pull from the CBA.
okay, sergeants are still in the CBA.
Are in the CBA.
Okay,
all right. So 1830 is a decrease of 33,000 to 0. And it's
1
just
minute,
a-
Sheriff,
yeah,
back on the thing,
Okay.
and the 1460, but on the second page,
right.
we've also got a $260,905 increase for patrol positions to add 1 on each shift.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did. I skipped that. I thought it was farther down the line. So that is a request that I'm making. But I'm not afraid to tell you that part of that request is because some of you all have talked about trying to put more deputies on the street. If the ability is there to do it, great. If it's not, y'all know how I feel about it. All right.
So how many, that's 1 per shift. What does that equal in total body?
So currently we're set up a supervisor and 5 on a shift, right? Now, the sad part is 89% of the time when you calculate it out, we never have a full shift. And that's just because of benefits, retire, everything that goes with sick leave and vacation and what have you. So what we're trying to do is add another person to the east side of the county. Currently, the way we pretty well operate for the most part is a shift supervisor, 2 on the east side and 2 on the west side. And that's in the packet. And there's a map in your packet,
Right, I saw
so you don't
that.
see how the shifts work.
So it's 4 bodies, basically.
5 bodies with the supervisor. Now, we're real fortunate. If you remember a number of years back, Commissioner Gore A couple of you may not have been on court. We added 4 additional. And they are some people call them hotspot unit, some people call them we'll just call it a hotspot. We call it crime prevention unit. That's who we use to focus on high crime areas. If we start having burglaries in a particular area, or say auto burglaries, or a particular issue. They supplement, they work normally, what is it, a 2 to 2 shift, I believe. 2 P to 2A. So when those high volume, high traffic call times, and that's additional 4 guys that are out working on special projects, but they handle calls. You have a hot priority call, they pull off of what they're on.
So how does this play in with your recent agreement with CCID #1 to add control there?
So CCID #1 is completely an overtime project.
So it's all over.
It's all overtime. And I'm not afraid to tell you, Commissioner, it's been very successful. Probably been one of the best things that we've done in regards to that. And then obviously they're writing the check, and they've been really good about. Last I knew, Aaron, John, right? We're still getting our checks from them.
Sure. One thing, since we do have a deputy working with them, the Fisher Road violations have become just blatant. I mean, it's really in your face, just running those trucks down Fisher Road. And it's no longer just the dump trucks and the town dump trucks that's coming out. There's a lot of van traffic, especially coming out of Florida Court, since they've added that coming into that area. And I've seen them, I've gotten phone calls, and it is blatant. They just could care less about the signs. I know we need more signage there, but we need to write some heavy duty tickets and let them know that.
So we definitely deal with it, but here's what I will tell you is that we can enhance it. We can definitely enhance it. But the one thing that is bothersome to me about it is our signage is horrible, and all we do is talk about it. So y'all, you want to put me in the sign shop, I'll help you out, but we just talk about signs.
Right.
All right. So
No, you're right, and of course, for the signs on 2354, that's text time. We got to go through them, and we have requested it.
but I think we also need to back up and put some additional aggressive signage on the
Fisher Road,
TGS side,
I agree.
where they're coming out of Florida Core,
Right.
and coming to 2354. So, but here, the one thing I will tell you is that that issue, I think we're always going to be faced with it, and the only thing that we can do is continue to issue citations, and then it's real important that the judge does his part, and he does. We've got a great JP over there. He's really good about that. The issue that I see is that's only going to get worse as it develops out, because then when they start developing all that stuff that they're building now on the north side of Fisher, I feel like
It's going to get a lot worse.
it's just going to get more and more.
I agree.
So at some point, we may want to look at increasing another traffic officer. But at this point in time, y'all have to tell me. I'm not asking for traffic officers. Right?
We'll keep that up offline.
Okay. Yeah.
And just before we leave that 1460 account.
Yes.
On here, you also had $90,000 for an additional sergeant to supervise community projects
Yes.
and inmate services.
Yes. So we took one of our vacant positions. Well, it really wasn't a vacant position, but we took a position and created a sergeant just strictly to manage the inmate work crews in the field, and animal services, because animal services and the inmate work crew became it's not getting any less. In case y'all didn't know, that dog shelter is double packed, double stacked. We're struggling right now because our helping paws people are they're doing their best. They're doing their best, and they're trying, but they also have day jobs too, and our our animal shelter is full. I mean, it's that animal shelter that we built. It's, when I say full, I mean it's full. So we took a position, took a sergeant spot and made a supervisor over the animal shelter and over all the inmate work crews out in the field. Many of you know it's Gilbert, Phillips Gilbert volunteered and said he could manage that, and he does a wonderful job. And what it's done for us is create accountability of what the inmate work crews are doing. Has a supervisor that they all answer to, that they didn't used to. They just answered to myself or the chief. And so they were pretty well. They did a great job, but might have been a whole lot of break taking and drinking coffee and things not getting done. Now that they have a first line supervisor they have to answer to, it's greatly improved our ability to get additional work done for whether it's the county or the churches or whatever program we're on. And I'm not afraid to tell you that the animal shelter takes a lot of time because I don't like a nasty animal shelter. So that's usually the first thing they do in the mornings is clean the animal shelter and feed all the dogs. And that in itself is a project.
Yeah.
Is a project. So that's what it is. And thank you, Commissioner, for pointing that out. I missed it when I skimmed over it. Okay, 1830. It's really an irrelevant thing. It's more of a auditor. I don't know if y'all know this new auditor. He's pretty tough. All right, 1850. Increase from 144 to 178. Increase reflecting the moving of the cell phone allowance money into this account. It's attached to the 1830.
Okay.
And Aaron, I'm assuming that is just strictly an accounting thing for you.
Yeah, I
mean,
think it's to help manage us, HR, and
Okay.
paying those stipends.
I asked to combine all the stipend. There were several different stipend accounts, different line items. I just asked to put them all in
Okay.
one. They're all the same thing. They're stipends, so there's no reason to have a couple of different line items. We could just have them in one.
All right, jail maintenance. Jail maintenance and supplies increase from 36 to 47. This increase reflects the cost needed for a 32% increase in jail capacity from 148 to 196. This including the temporary facility. All right. I don't even think I need to explain that to y'all. It's an old jail and it's costing us more and more to maintain it.
Mhm.
And we're fortunate, y'all, our building maintenance people have really done a wonderful job keeping that facility run. And Earl, our jailer, who also does probably 75% of the maintenance in it, as far as repairs, has been tremendous. So it is what it is. I wish I could change that.
Working on it.
All right. The 2440, it's a film development account. We just don't need that line item anymore. We don't do too much film anymore. It really was an investigative expense, so we just used it in the investigative expense. We're just eliminating the line. All right, groceries. I wish I could tell you this has gone down, but it surely hasn't. And I hope we've estimated enough, to be quite honest with you.
And that reflects the increase in grocery costs, as
well,
well as the increase in people.
Yes, sir.
we hope. We hope. And I use the term we hope because if you sit back and you see what they're estimating, what's going to happen in 2023.
Yeah.
I don't know. We feel like we can get to the end, 2023 but not really knowing exactly what's going to happen with Biden inflation. I'm not sure.
Not to mention crime.
Mhm.
Oil and gas kind of speaks for itself. Y'all have always treated us well. Aaron has helped us out on, but I mean, we've been in the red now for, when did we go in the red, chief? Gas.
We're not quite over yet, but we're about 56% above where we should be due to the increase in costs.
So we're not out, is what he's saying, but technically we're in the red.
We will
I
be.
mean, we are,
There's no way-
Painfully close.
yeah.
So, you know, when you made the decision to start parking the cars instead of going home, how much has that actually helped?
Quite a bit. I don't, Chief has kind of been following that, and I know that we've seen some, what we would call some significant savings by making them park them at the annexes. Those that live outside of the county. We do have a few. I want to make sure that I'm always clear with y'all that I want to be transparent. Some of the people that are on call, like our detectives and stuff, they still have their take-home car if they live out of the county. And the biggest reason is because you and I, as citizens, need that detective to get to the crime scene and start digging in. Where the patrol people, they work a very specific shift. They rarely come in on a call unless it's a SRT call. So there's really no problem with them parking them at the annex, leaving them in the county. Because they should be at the car and ready to go to work, at their appointed time when their shift starts. But it doesn't work that with a detective, for a detective to do his job right, that doesn't work. So what we've tried to do, and the chief has been really good about trying to figure out who actually really needs a take-home car. The take-home cars in the county, I think they're a huge benefit for the citizens and everybody to know that there's a sheriff's deputy lives there, his car is there. But it doesn't do us, you or I, the citizens, the taxpayers here, for us to have a car sitting in
Liberty.
Dayton, this Chambers County Sheriff's Office car. So we would, obviously, our position and the policy we have is it needs to be parked in the county. Unless it's a detective or somebody that
Right.
mostly, and I'm not afraid to tell you, sexual assaults are up. And we try to make sure that a detective is en route to immediately start working with the victims and meeting them at the hospital and doing all those things that we do with sexual assaults. So it's definitely in our best interest for the detectives to have a take-home car. And we could probably actually, Commissioner, get you some possible numbers. They'd be rough numbers of what we've saved since we've changed our take-home
Well, I
policy.
knew it'd be a savings. I was just curious about how much it might be.
It's difficult to figure because gas prices are fluctuating so much.
Yeah.
Numbers are still going up, even though we've cut 30,000 miles a month out. Parking. So there is a savings, but it's not enough to overcome the increase in gas.
No.
You know, the inflated gas is,
I just thought it was a smart move.
yeah,
It's not only saving on fuel, it's also may give you another year's life of the vehicle.
Oh, some of them, we will. There's no doubt. All right, 2520, indigent inmate supplies. So obviously you all understand it, just like the sheriff does standing here, that we are responsible for those inmates that are indigent. We have to provide them everything that they need. So that's just essentially the same increase that we are expected to be about a 32% increase with the increase of population in the jail, and then trying to hopefully calculate inflation in there.
Sheriff, is this where you would put the stipend that we have agreed to pay for the nurses? Would it be in this line item?
No, that would probably, for the most part, that stipend, well, I'd leave that up to Aaron at this point, really.
It can not hurt health services. Okay.
No, it comes out of health service.
Yes, sir.
Is this here indigent inmate supplies come out of health services?
This does not, no, sir.
Okay.
Maybe need to
Could it?
look at moving that.
Could
over.
it? We might want to talk about that.
I think we do.
You know, we probably
Good
could do a
point.
little research on that. Because most, so you'll know that indigent packet, and those things for the indigent would be directly related to health. Okay, it's everything from toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, underwear, things that we're required to make sure that the inmate has to, so it would definitely be some directly health related items.
Our auditor's not smiling. Yeah, he is.
All right, next, flipping the page, going to 2690, decrease of $600. Reserve deputies are now asking to provide their own supplies. So that was just a very small little account that you had for the reserves. And we just kind of changed that reserve program. Reserve programs are very difficult to run because you have to be a full-time police officer to be a reserve now, where they used to have a little reserve program, and you actually have to be a commissioned officer at the same level, be capable of being hired as a full-time officer to be a reserve. So most of our full-time officers that are reserves, the reason they are a reserve is because they were a deputy and they went somewhere else. They work at a chemical plant now, and they're pretty good about taking care of most of the supplies. They also do a couple of little voluntary programs where they can't get paid to be a reserve, say work in traffic or what have, they can't get paid. But somebody can write a check to their program, essentially to the reserve deputy program. Sometimes they'll have some money in their own little program that they will buy some of their equipment out of. So. 3,500. Vehicle maintenance. You know, we've actually been pretty successful with all of our vehicles, and some of this is the 8,000 of it is to replace the polymer bottoms on our airboats. So our airboats now are right at 10 years old. And I'd be kidding y'all, and I don't even have to, because y'all know how much we use them and how many times, especially, you know, like the airplane incident, for example, was pretty tough on them because we were using them constantly and going over logs and going over shallow water terrain and oyster beds. And sooner or later, that polymer bottom that makes them slick wears out. So that's 8,000 of that is for the two airboats.
No, it's actually an additional $8,000 above the $13,000 increase, right? So total of 21.
Correct. All right, physicals, 3610. It's, you know, one of the things that I do is I try to pre-employ polygraph jailers and deputies. And I think it's very beneficial. Some people might say it's not worth the, I don't know, what are we paying now? $275 a polygraph? Everything's gone up. I less than $350 a polygraph, and a polygraph, a good polygraph and a good polygrapher. It's a 3 to 4 hour operation. They provide the equipment. We use some police officers that are polygraphers that they have a secondary job where they polygraph. And that's, we use actually a fellow out of Baytown, Rodney Evans, very successful, very good polygrapher. And to me, gentlemen, it's the best money we can spend.
Okay,
Best money. It's part of why we have so few personnel issues is because we polygraph.
Then if you let Sherry do the final interview, we'll know we're good.
Hey, we would never hire anyone. Animal control services. Dog food and shelter. And I don't know what the, and we also pay for our canines, our law enforcement canines
Right.
out of that fund. Right. And we're getting ready to, if we haven't already, we're getting ready to retire one of our canines. So, where are we on? Okay.
So this here come out of 91, the animal shelter dog food.
That's what you're going.
Could we do that?
So at some point, we try to keep, so you'll know, we kept trying to keep 2 patrol dogs and 2 drug dogs. So we're gonna be retiring a patrol dog. So at some point, we'll probably either try to be work with a Detweiler Foundation or somebody, one of the other groups. My intent is to not come back to Commissioner's Court to fund that. There's too many programs out there that I can probably get a good working patrol dog. All we'll need to do is just the maintenance on the dog. Capital vehicles. It's an increase from 430 to 520. It's to replace vehicle 6 fully equipped Tahoes and 4 Ford F-150 pursuit rated. Putting them with radars in them. There's an approximately $10,000 increase per vehicle right now is quoted to us from Silsby Ford.
Yeah, do they give you any time to get them, a year or two?
You know, honestly, they've really been pretty good to us about getting vehicles, but mostly what they've been doing is calling us going, hey, we've got a car here. I know it's not exactly what you want, but can you make it work?
Yeah.
And we've tried to take advantage of that a couple of times. So,
You're gonna have to add a couple of vehicles also in addition to replace, right?
If you get the deputies.
Correct.
and,
correct. That's correct.
So where would that be?
I think John's got it calculated
We
into
normally
it.
get 6 or 7 vehicles, we upped it to 10.
So it's covered in this.
It's currently in that. Yeah.
Okay.
So how do you utilize the pickups versus the Tahoe?
So here's what I will tell you, the pickups, Commissioner, seem to have a little bit better value when we're done with them. Whether it's somebody else inside county government wanting them, or if George was to do something with them, get rid of them, we can move it, pick up. Most of the men, myself, what have you, most of our staff would rather drive a pickup versus now some like the captains are some of our captains and lieutenants would like the Tahoe, but the Tahoes are pretty expensive. They've gotten really expensive. So we can get a pickup truck a lot cheaper. So anybody that says I'll drive a truck, they get a truck.
Right.
Because they're cheaper, they hold up well.
And the resale.
And the resale is good on. Now the resale on Tahoes is pretty good too, but the Tahoes are just, they're tough in price. And so that's in as far as we've really tried to not constantly just increase the fleet. And so most all of our older fleet is now with your judges, and I know they were with constables, and I think y'all are taking care of the constables with new vehicles. But problem is, someone like Judge DeVilliers, she really doesn't want to drive a pickup truck. I understand. So we've got her. I don't know, what do we get her in now? She's in a
Tahoe.
she's in an old Tahoe. Okay.
So these F-150s are actually police packages. Ford created the police packages next year. So that's what those are. So they'll be essentially the same use as any of our other vehicles. And the reason we switched to Tahoes, there's only a $2,000 price difference between Tahoe and Durango next year. And Durbin told us he can't get us to Wranglers next year, but he's can get us Tahoe. It was just the opposite this year. We get into Tahoe, we get Wranglers. I don't know what's going on with the market, but we just went with what he told us we needed to do to be able to get vehicles.
Right.
If we could ask for the Wranglers, we would do that.
For the pickup, patrol package that you get, does that come with a lockable cover over the bed?
I'm not sure about that. It does have a cage and things like that, so they can lock it in the back of the truck, but I'd have to ask, Barney on that. Well, actually, I might send it there and I'll send it.
Most of the law enforcement trucks you'll find, if it's a patrol truck, they do have a lockable bed on it. But I think we have to look and check with Sylvie, where we normally get most of our vehicles, is that there's different types and they're not real secure. So.
Right. But to
Those-
make that truck
they-
usable,
but-
really, you know.
But they keep the weather out of it the best you can. But if you're gonna be storing weapons or anything like that, it takes an additional secondary lockbox.
Yeah, but it's still, like you said, keeps the weather, keeps it out of sight.
Most of the guys don't mind pickup trucks. The only thing that for me, Ford made this patrol truck and it was really made for a lot of different reasons. And visiting with the Ford people at the conference, they really developed it for the border patrol. Because all the pursuits, now they even have an off-road pursuit rated tire. And it's just because of all of the border issues. And I'm one of those, anybody that knows me, I can't stand pursuits. You know, the young deputies, boy, they love them. All right. It's just the nature of the beast. But I don't ever see anything good coming out of a pursuit. It just, there's always some form of a failure somewhere, whether it's with the suspect that we're pursuing, there's some kind of catastrophic failure. You know, very few of them just quit and give up. It always ends up somewhere tragic. And so we have a very strong pursuit policy. And these trucks are a pursuit rated truck, right? That meets the criteria, the standard to be a pursuit truck. But me personally, I would have no desire to go pursue and chase somebody in a pickup truck that has no weight in the rear of it.
Right.
Well, yeah.
So, but some of the guys like them. They like the pickups. So I think a lot of different reasons, especially if you're wearing a gun belt, you're not have to sit down in it. It's pretty tough on your back with a gun belt. Where that's the reason they love the Tahoes and the pickups, because they're a lot easier to transition, getting in and out of them. So.
Didn't think about that.
Especially when you get up in age like myself. I won't say y'all, like myself, okay? All right. We do actually have a decrease. Our last line item there is 4420. It's a decrease from 504 to 100. The request reflects 97,000 on the second installment of the 5 utility body worn camera purchase approved last year's budget. The installment could possibly be paid with the ARPA, in which I think we've done that. We've paid it with ARPA. So, which I thought was a very wise move on y'all's part. Very wise. And then we're asking for $3,700 to add 2 more Raptor radars to continue to work traffic. Our traffic issues, gentlemen, I don't have to tell y'all, they're not slowing down, and we're getting just as many traffic complaints where we used to not have a lot of people complain about traffic and speeding issues in, say, this part of the county. We've always had it problems on 146 and 3180 and 2354, as you all know. But I'm not afraid to tell you, we seem like lately we get just as many complaints out of Oak Island, dealing with speeders and reckless drivers and what have you. So our ultimate goal is to try and put radars in every patrol vehicle, and then have our personnel, our deputies, be fully certified on the radar unit and be able to enforce it. Back in the day, I'm not afraid to tell you, sheriffs really didn't want their deputies writing speeding tickets. But our county's growing so fast that I find it being irresponsible of myself if I don't provide them the tools to write somebody a citation for reckless driving or speeding. And I'm not afraid to tell you, we all have a number of 30 and 35 mile an hour roads that they routinely catch people running 70, 75 miles an hour on. So, you know, they deserve a ticket. They need to answer to the JP that for that.
I-10's getting bad, even on Interstate 10.
You know, and I'm not afraid to tell you that DPS, because they've been tasked with so much, most of it is down on the border and they're doing their border rotations. There are times that, you know, we'll have a task force out there. They may have 4 or 5 units out there on the interstate, but from a day-to-day operation, I think Dana and them struggle to keep the manpower that we used to have. It's kind of like the game wardens. If you all remember years ago, we had 7 game wardens were assigned to this county. And now we're lucky if we keep 3. And that's actually assigned to the county. So even they get, I don't know if they're still on the border rotation, but they used to be on border rotation. I don't know if they still are. So,
Yeah, I know the last couple times I've talked to a doctor, he's been off somewhere,
right.
so. Just him.
So I'll answer any questions y'all have. You know, I like to say the one thing I do, and I do mean this completely wholeheartedly, guys, you don't see me asking for clerk increases. And if somebody thinks that my clerks are working less, it's not any different than the clerks in the district clerk's office, the county clerk's office, the tax office, or wherever. They're not working less. They're working more and I'm asking more out of them. But I realize where we're at. We're trying to build a new justice center. We're trying to do so. I'm not asking for increases other than things that I think are responsible, that I need to be responsible to do. But if y'all are going to start throwing money out for those pay increases, let me know so I can come back and see you again.
You got it, Sheriff.
So
I did have one question on account 4420.
you bet.
So that's a capital line item. You had a decrease from 504 to 100. Was that all the installment payments for the cameras,
What
or
number did you say?
Very last one.
Last
Back
one,
on the
Billy.
last page.
next to last one?
I think, and I might have to refer to the auditor or for sure to the chief, but I think that y'all just authorized a payment that I think we're done with body worn.
No, sir, that was the additional cameras for the jailers. That payment was for that. Now that paid that contract in full. And the reason we did it that way was so that it didn't alter the previous contract. So there is still a $97,000 payment for the first contract, which was all of our cars and deputy cameras for 4 more years.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where the 400,000 is.
What about the,
So that was the first installment and some other capital items that we asked for last year.
Mhm.
So the decrease is that we don't need that large a payment again. We only need 97,000 for the next one. And we may be able to pay that one with additional ARPA money, but y'all would have to approve that, so.
and where does the web storage, memory storage, the continuing charge? We have a contract with them for storage.
Correct.
What is that charge?
It's part of the package, there's no additional cost. That's one of the reasons we decided to go with them instead of Axon and some of the others, because they do charge the website. But body ones, that's built into our contract, there's no additional cost.
So after this year and it's paid for, we continue to have
Yes.
storage with them?
It's an annual, there's an annual.
charge.
That's what I'm
charge.
getting.
Yes, yeah, it's a
Maintenance,
contractual
maintenance fee.
agreement, maintenance.
Right,
Yes.
and so that's my question, which account does that come out of? The maintenance, the annual fee for the body worn.
I don't know what you're kind of.
There's no annual fee, that it was a 40% upfront payment. And then 10% a year after that, or 15% for 5 years was the total package. There's no additional cost other than what was agreed to in the first contract. After 5 years, we have to renew the contract.
Oh, after 5 years, okay.
So we just paid it all early. Basically, instead of making a yearly installment.
Yeah, and one thing that was coming out of 22 is not in 23 is we had budgeted for 2 mobile homes. Also, it's almost 200 grand there, so.
So we bought 3 last year instead of 2. So where does that put us on?
Because we were able to get a good deal, we used
Right.
200,000 to get 3 of them instead of
Okay.
just 2. Yeah, and we still had a little money left over to help out, get them outfitted out.
Where's that put us on mobile homes? Man, we're.
We
pretty
really
good
just
shape.
have one more that really needs to be replaced. So currently what we do, we've got a new one at Eagle Point. And we have a new one at
Okay,
Joe Beeson.
yeah, Joe Beeson. And
And-
four down way.
And
No, that isn't.
Fort Anahuac.
Fort
Fort
Anahuac, yes, right, Fort
Anahuac.
Anahuac. So we do have one more that needs to, and it's the double bio park in double bio. It needs to be replaced.
And is that on budget for next year?
It is not,
It's not.
it's not.
So you gonna wait?
I
to do
need,
that?
I need a jail more than I need.
Understand.
So I just, we're gonna continue work with it. The problem with them, and it does need to be replaced. The problem with them is the roofs and the floors are giving out.
Mhm.
So it needs to happen, but I could ask all day long up here, and I'm just not gonna do that to y'all.
So any feel for what the construction dollars might come in on the temporary women's facility?
My field is horrible.
Yeah, well, I mean, any professional numbers, have we?
No,
got any updates
I,
from engineers or?
you know what, I'm not transparent. I feel like in certain aspects it may be a little over engineered. So I think once we get our bids in, then we'll just need to kind of look at it. I know that we had talked and discussed from about 1 to 1.5, and I just my gut's telling me when I look at the plans and everything that has gotten put into it. I feel like it's probably going to be considerably more. I better not say, because I don't know. I'm not in the construction business, but
Well,
And Commissioner, to
Sheriff-
add to that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sheriff, history tells me, last 40 years, I've been going to public bid lettings, mostly in the school business. But architects and engineers, they get the information from the building owners, AKA the county, AKA school district. They will over-engineer and they will put a lot of bells and whistles up front. That's where the term value engineering comes down. So if you projected 1.5 and let's say it comes in at 3, you can probably find $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. I'm just saying I see it all the time. I see my roof getting valued engineered and getting taken completely out and they don't want it and they go with the flat roof. So the architects change. So a lot of time there's a lot, I'm not saying HOK is putting fluff in there. Do not say that.
no, I
I'm
don't
just
think there's
saying,
any fluff. So Commissioner, I don't want anybody to think that. What I think is they have built it and designed it in the way that they build and design jails, which is obviously that's what they do.
that's right.
I'm just afraid that they just don't realize that this is truly a 3-year facility. And I'm sure in their world, they always hear somebody's going to be putting a temporary facility in, and then 6 and 8 years later, they're still in it.
That's right.
All right.
Can you relate to
I
that?
can relate to that. All right. So I feel like they're trying to protect their clients and trying to build something. And I feel like we are really moving the ball on trying to get a justice center and jail built. So I'm hoping this really is a 3-year temporary facility. And if it's really a 3-year temporary facility, we're going to try and figure out how to run and manage that with the lowest cost dollars we can. And also I'm going to throw something out here so y'all will hear it from me. there's a real issue right now in our juvenile justice world. It's horrible. I was on a conference call yesterday. The state is trying to figure out how to get out of the juvenile justice world, I think. You know, what you and I used to know as TYC, I don't even know what the name of it is now. It's changed up a little bit. I think you're correct. And some people call it juvenile probation or, you know, whatever you want to call it. But I don't have to tell you that we're still sitting on a person over here in the jail right now. He's 19 now. I think he's 19, and we made the arrest when he was 14. All right. So part of it is the court system. Part of it is nobody knows what to do with him. And if y'all remember, we couldn't find anybody to even house him.
Right.
So after this call that I was on for an hour yesterday and realizing what the Senate is kind of talking about trying to do, there's a movement to try and put all of the juvenile scenario, juvenile world on the county. Hopefully the state will fund some of it, because obviously the state's got a big old pot of money they've been operating.
They got big surplus, right?
Well, yeah, they do that, but meaning the juvenile world itself, we get quite a few funds from the state. I don't know exactly how, and the auditor could probably, but they fund a lot of it. Where I'm going with it is this temporary female facility that where we might have all kinds of little ideas of what we can do with this facility. 3 or 4 years from now, we might need to be using it for a juvenile facility.
And Commissioner Combs, to add to that, we had a pre-bid meeting with that group last year. We had 7 to 8 contractors that were there. And the only question they had was what kind of contingency was the court going to allow? And when I asked them what they thought we should allow, they were asking 30 to 35% contingency on whatever number they put out there because of the market right now. Commissioner Hammond was nice enough to attend, and so I just want you to know, get ready. And we do have to do some value engineering down the road.
So, and I do think that there are some things when I kind of have been looking over the engineered drawings and discussed a little bit with HOK last week. I see some areas I think already that we could do some cutting. What I don't know is I don't know what certain things cost. So when I see something, I don't know whether that cut is a $50,000 cut or is it a $250,000 cut. You know, so
Yeah.
that we'll just have to see.
On the value engineering.
Correct.
aspect, yes.
And then part of, and I try to think ahead. I know every one of us in this room need to be forward thinkers. So if that facility, for whatever reason, because you and I, we have no clue what the state representatives and state senators are going to do. But I just know there's going to be some change to the juvenile justice world.
Then maybe if what HOK is engineering might be a blessing in disguise.
Thank you. If it becomes a long-term facility being used somewhere else, I just don't know. But for what we need, for what the sheriff's office currently needs, it's probably more. So we'll just have to see where it goes. So I don't want to discount it.
Anyone got any other questions for the sheriff?
And gentlemen, before I do close, if you remember, there's a chart, couple of multi-charts that you got. So that was just kind of like you all see what the increases are, especially from the jail, and our call volume. And the one thing that I think it's important for all of us to understand is on page 2 of it, you have it handy. One where it says average daily population. Okay, that's our average daily population of our jails. Over to the very far right. And then the other one that is page 3, that is, I don't know, I hate to use the term bothersome to me because it's just the sheriff's office and Mont Bellevue PD and Baytown PD doing their job. But if you look over to the far right where it says January 1 of 2022 through June 27 of 2022, and if you look at where we're at, if you go ahead and add another 6 months to that, you'll see the increase of how many people we're booking.
2x.
2 times.
Like Commissioner Hammond had a question for you, sure.
So on your supplemental handout here, I'm counting like 16 employees in our salary package. for 23, you had 21 new employees listed. I'm just wondering if I'm missing.
There's 12 jail people personnel. There's 4 patrol, 4 dispatch, and the additional supervisor.
Okay, I missed
Taylor,
the 4.
so let me throw this out at y'all. I don't have a clue. I've not had a discussion with any of y'all or even the judge on the health of the county. I don't know. The only health I know of the county is the county's growing, so I know money's got to be growing, but I know there's so many services and things that y'all are trying to deal with. I would tell you that, Commissioner, we could probably, because we're gonna have a hard time hiring. So trying to hire 12 jail personnel isn't gonna be an easy task.
It's gonna be very difficult.
Very, very difficult. So I would tell you that we could probably very easily, and my chief's gonna shoot me when we walk back across the street. We could probably take that number and drop it down to probably 8 this year, because I don't know if we'll ever be able to fill all those positions,
Even if we wanted to.
even if we wanted to. That's fact.
That's
So-
the concern I was bringing up earlier, Sheriff, the vacancies. It's one thing, yeah, we got these vacancies, let's fill them. Well, according to that article, good luck.
The issue is
It was hard.
we build this facility, so let's just say 1 year from now, where we have that temporary female facility open and running. Is that I can't spin it up and put it to work right away, because I've got to have personnel and I got to have them trained. So I've got to get them hired, and I'm not afraid to tell you, I've told the jail captain Todd and the chief, if we have them to hire them now. We've got unused salary money to
Train 'em up.
cover them, right? Let's get them. We're having a tough time, just having a tough time. So I think there's some room to play, and then I can just come back on the 2024 with y'all and pick up whatever we need to finish it. Because the issue is, it doesn't do us any good to build it if we don't have it staffed. And the perfect example of that is, like, I'll use Denton County. Denton County has a very large jail. Tracy Murphy, a close friend of mine, is the sheriff up there. He has 160 vacancies in his jail. And because of his 160 vacancies, he can't even utilize all his jail. Needs to. He's got the inmates that need to be there, but he can't. Because of the jail commission, they won't allow him to operate it without the staff. So
Proper
therefore, and there are people like I tell him, well, if you had the staff, I'd be sending you some inmates. And he said, if I had the staff, I'd take your inmates. But that's part of the problem right now. It's definitely a labor issue.
So when do we think when this facility will come online?
You know, Commissioner Hammond might be able to put a better answer to that than me. Because they keep telling me 9 to 10 months once the bid is accepted and moving forward. So I guess we could, so if they tell me 9 to 10 months, that
That's a
tells me
year.
12. That
That's a
tells me
year.
12.
So we're gonna have a half of 2023 that you're not going to have the space to put some of these jailers.
Correct. Oh, no, I've got the space to put them in. I mean, we can use them in the jail, but you're correct. I don't have the facility. I don't need them by law. All right, that's the key there. I don't need them by law yet. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with you reducing that number. Just don't tie me down to where if I don't want to lose, if I don't want to. So we're trying to recruit out of high school. I know this is crazy, and I don't particularly feel comfortable with it. I don't particularly feel comfortable with 18 and 19-year-old jailers working with hardened criminals. Just there's a lot of life experiences that
Not
people
the
learn.
facility we have right now.
All right, but you can be 18 years old and we're in the jail. And I got to tell you, where else can you be an 18-year-old kid? I put you through a little training class. I put you through 24 hours of defensive tactics.
50,000
And you're right off the bat, you're making 50,000 a year. All right, about the only place I know you can do that's the chemical plant. All right, so it pays well, but also it's a tough job. It's a hazardous job, and so
Sheriff, I think you talking earlier about thinking outside the box, creating the app. Marketing people and hunting for people that's the world we're in right now. And I think that's gonna be very beneficial. We're looking forward to seeing how you move with that.
So some of the sheriffs right now are, I don't know if y'all have seen, and we're in the early stages of doing it here, but if you've noticed, a lot of these high school kids, when they graduate from high school, they've got all kinds of college credits
Mhm.
when they're getting out of high school. So two of the junior college, high school programs that are doing a test trial, one in East Texas and one in West Texas, is training these kids that are in these criminal justice classes to taking CJ classes in high school. When they graduate from high school, they have their jailer's license certification when they come out of high school. And it's just one of the things that the jail commission and some of these other bigger sheriffs that have, 160 personnel down, they've got to figure out what they're doing. And so they're trying to recruit out of high school. So I don't know. We have, how many, I think we've hired two 18-year-olds here lately. We've got a couple and they're great jailers. They're very great jailers. I just, life experiences mean a lot when you're in there working with very hardened criminals. And sometimes I worry that those 18-year-olds don't have that maturity level to realize how dangerous they can be. So,
But those things kind of scary to me.
Always scary.
They have no bad habits. They're new, they're coachable.
they are very coachable. And actually those ones that we hire right out of high school that want to come to work for us, they have pretty good work ethic.
Yeah.
So,
So
We'll see.
Commissioner Combs, we're advertising that women's jail now. They're due on August the 12th. What we're being told is 8 to 10 months from that date. That's the hope. Okay. So August 12th, we receive bids and then we go from there.
Anybody else have anything else for the sheriff?
Thank you so much, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
all right.
I'd like to add one thing, the Clear Gov program
Yes.
was excellent to work with this year. I appreciate Aaron and especially Haley and Brooke. They were a big help.
I have to
But
agree.
I think going forward, it's gonna be really awesome for us.
Thank you, Chief.
So I guess we have to credit the auditor.
Yeah, I
hate to
mean,
give him any
we've got a
credit.
rock star.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Y'all,
thank you,
thank you.
Sheriff.
Thank you.
Call me anytime.
Okay, is, Mark's here?
Yeah, Kirk's here.
Kirk's here? Okay. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:50. Okay, Chambers County budget hearings come back to order after a short break. It's 10:55 a.m. And all the court presidents except Judge Sylvia, and our next up is Parks. Kirk. Where we at? Did you find it?
He's on page 24 and 25 in this book.
I'll leave a marker here. I had the salaries pulled up. All right. Where was that? At? Was it under general government, you said?
No, it's under culture and recreation.
Which
Well,
was
certainly it would be.
Oh, we might need some help over here. Guys, hollering.
Come on
You find
down. Sitting there tapping on
What'd she say?
Culture and recreation,
I had to close all the way back out
right?
to get to it.
There you go, and then you'll just click here and press out.
Oh, I got it.
Commissioner, okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Kurt.
I am waiting on my bed.
You put in for a new computer?
Did you bring cookies?
No, I think there's some of that.
You didn't bring
IT brought them.
Yeah, you don't get credit for it.
He made sure we knew he brought them first thing this morning.
So just, I guess we'll first work on that. We got tax rates on last week. So me and Denise are working on, we're comparing numbers, so we're just going back and forth. I think we're almost there. So hopefully Tuesday we'll have tax rate numbers for y'all to look at. If I get it done this week, I'll just shoot them off to y'all, so y'all can have it and review it.
We already got the no new tax.
We did, Denise hit that up Thursday or Friday, so we're just comparing the numbers between our numbers and her numbers, and so we're just kind of going back and forth, just so we're on the same page. I think we're pretty close, and when I get those, if I get them this week, I'll send them to everybody, so y'all can see that.
Show us what we have
Yeah,
to
exactly.
spend.
And I know you were asking about some things we did add in Cleargo, Haley Brook, you know, they added longevity, so that's included in there now. They included, we are going to get a 7.5% cost increase for health insurance for next year.
Yes.
And so that's all been included into this in Cleargo now.
Okay.
Another thing is.
Kurt, just holler when you're ready. We're just filling time, brother.
It's.
You need help? We got the experts over here.
Normally I thought that'd be one of my emails.
Okay, there, I'm sorry.
So I didn't, I could work this down for you to have, but, so I did calculate some salary increases for y'all to look at. Some numbers. So 300% across the board with including benefits would cost, I'm gonna round $1.4 million. 5%. Including benefits is $1.8 million.
Go back again. I gotta get my pen out.
1.4, 1.8.
3.5 is 1.4.
Yeah.
And then 5 is 1.8, which those include benefit numbers.
Benefits, okay.
So you did 3.5%, the average increase an employee would be about $1,300. And then 5% would be almost $2,000. So I did a range of others, so if you give $2,000 per employee, that's gonna cost you about $1.5 million, which includes benefits. If you do 2,500, that's $1.8 million, which includes benefits, and then 3,000 for each employee, $2 million, which includes benefits.
One more time on that. 2,000 is
Two
what?
thousand is 1.5,
1.5.
2,500 is 1.8, and then 3,000 is 2 million.
Wait a minute. You said 1.8 million was how much?
25.
2,500.
But a while ago, you said 1.8 or a 5% increase was about 1.8 million, and the average employee would get about 2,000.
That's average.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
That's, that, yeah.
Yeah, average, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just scribbled down. I should have been doing it on my notepad. Okay,
And I can email it to y'all.
Yeah,
So-
Yes, please.
Hopefully we can remember how to open our email.
right.
I mean, we're getting pretty bad up here.
Kirk, you ready?
Okay, I think I'm ready. Okay. First thing that I changed was, salaries on labor. And the increases were basically just to level all my employees out. There's some that are way below the new hire.
Yep.
So, that was the first thing that I increased was to basically get all my employees on a level playing field. We got a lot of new hires coming in like $18, $19 an hour. And I had a few employees that were still sitting back at like $14, $15 an hour. And I've lost a few, due to other places paying higher. So I'm trying to do what I can to keep the guys that I do have. I think Mont Bellevue, the city of Mont Bellevue was offering like around 2022.
They are.
Same thing.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to get that paid up.
You had 4 employees?
I believe that's what it was.
Just see this one. I was looking back on this page here.
Yes, but that came up to a 30% of your total payroll to minimum amount.
Yeah, because one, like I said, he was so low, it was like a $5,000 raise for him.
Are you asking for new employees too?
Yes.
Okay, that's.
Oh, that's,
the
So that's in that
increase.
30.
Yeah, he's asking for 3 new
I'm
employees.
asking for 3.
Now,
And I thought that was awful high to be laying it out.
and I spoke with Kirk about the new employees, with us adding the ball fields and everything that we're adding.
Also, in the past couple of weeks, just, acreage wise, this is kind of an educated estimate of what we don't get done in a week's time, but, with all the property that we've added. And the only thing, like I said, this makes us look good right now. It's not raining, the grass is growing that fast, but if you imagine if we had rain and everything,
Oh, yeah.
I had 153 acres last week not mowed, and the week prior was 161 acres that was not touched. And that's just in a week's time. That's ever black. Yeah. I think I was only short 1 employee. And I think that was the difference between the 150 and the 160 was, 1 employee being out for a couple of days.
How many acres do you mow?
I don't have a grand total. I have several parks that, White Park's 84 acres. Devil Bio's 30 acres. McLeod is around 30 acres. Fort Anahuac, I don't have a number on. I know it's probably close to what White Park is, like 87 acres. I know it takes 6 lawnmowers all day to mow what we mow with lawnmowers, not including the tractor going down Levy Road. The airports, I don't know what the acreage is on those airports. But I know what we're covering now on Anahuac is about 4 days with a 15-foot bat wing, including the property across the canal. Winnie takes 2.5 days with a 15-foot bat wing. And then, of course, I don't have an acreage on the landfill. And the bat wing stays out there to keep the landfill in compliance. And that's about a week, a solid week of 15-foot bat wing mowing out there. Not including what I lend or basically gave solid waste to lawnmower so they can keep the front up around the gates and everything else, but we don't mow. Well, we mowed the shooting range and a little bit where the 4-H has their clay shoot, which is probably somewhere around 4 acres by lawnmower, but all the rest of it was kept up with a 15-foot bat wing.
Too bad we can't get somebody to belt hay.
Well, and I think that
Gotta have
somebody's
grass.
working on it, but I don't think anybody's. You know.
Mm.
No, I've talked to Ronnie a couple times about that.
The hay alone, what we used to have, that added about another 2.5, 3 days just now.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, we keep up so much with lawnmowers at both airports around the runway. That all has to be cut with a lawnmower, not a bat.
Okay.
So, but like I said, we're between 150, 160 acres that's not covered right now. I do know that the new West Complex is 67 acres. You know, take away parking lot and buildings, but it's not a lot. There's a lot of grass there besides the ball.
We haven't even started keeping up that piece on Needle Point, have we?
Nothing on Needle Point, and then
Well, we got, how many acres we got over there?
30.
30 something over there. That's county
They
purchase.
hadn't started keeping up the West Complex.
No.
You know,
But that stuff will be coming online.
Yeah.
23.
we're gonna be over probably 300 acres. It's not covered in a week's time.
Yeah, and you still got Smith Point, Cedar Hill.
Right.
Yeah.
So about how many acres does an employee mow? I mean, you got 160 now at wet mowed. You said you were down one employee. I'm just wondering how you come up with the number of employees you're gonna need for the added work.
Well, not going by acreage. Each lawnmower roughly cover 14 acres a day.
14. And 5 days,
14,
60 acres,
about 70 acres.
70 acres.
roughly 60, 70 acres.
The employees would be 210 acres.
You almost catching.
Yeah. Before it gets added on.
Or that would put me about level, but I, one for sure, one Needle Point was gonna come about, plus we're still, I mean, which Victoria Walker really not much on the side. I think 9, 10 acres, but we're still keeping it
Yeah, I know, but you know, the time that it takes to go down there and unload and load back up and all that. So, well, anyhow, I'll let you go, but of course, we gotta get mowers and trucks and trailers.
Kirk, let's talk about maintenance of the playing surfaces of these 12 ball fields from Winnie all the way to Anahuac to the west side. What's the name of that company? Greenscape 6. It does the a lot of the Houston Astros organizations around the greater Houston area maintaining their fields, but great program that would require a lot more employees hired by the county if we were trying to maintain them, but they're going to take care of the fertilized ants, the playing surfaces,
Complete
okay.
variation, they'll, I think the contract read they would mow 44 times a year. It'd be every week until your winter months. Take care of herbicide, pesticide, aeration of the field, complete ball field care beyond even what we do, because I can't spray pesticide. Now herbicide, yes, or as of right now, no, I lost my guy with a license, but I'm trying to acquire my own. But,
That's gonna take a lot of stress off of you, even with the employees just taking care of the business as usual, not counting the baseball fields, that would be.
correct. And right now, all I have is one guy that I trust to basically take care of the ball field as far as dragging, mowing, spray and so forth.
And that
I
would
only
be,
have one guy.
Yeah,
Like I
there's-
said, used to have 12 fields.
Yeah, he can't keep up 12 field.
yeah,
And Commissioner Tice, just to add to that, we've had a couple of companies call my office asking about if we're gonna do an RFP for that service. So it is something that we've looked at, talked to Kirk a little bit. So if y'all get to that point where y'all want to do that, I guess Kirk will come to court and ask, and we'll do what we can to find the company for you. And that company you're talking about is one of the ones that has reached out.
Do we have
Yeah.
an
But
estimate
yeah, I
cost?
just kind of reached out for an estimate, it's 133,000.
but that's, you
Yeah,
consider all the scope of work that they're doing, make sure that all these people are throwing a bid together that, because there's $5 fertilizer and there's $25 fertilizer. So when these people say they're maintaining, it can be.
All that needs to go into our specs,
Okay, do they,
and that's how we'll handle that.
do they put the base running stuff back on there? What's it called? Diamond?
Oh, the field conditioner.
Yeah, they keep that on there. Is that part of the deal? Or do we have to do
I
that?
have to go back through the quote. I believe field conditioner was one of the.
My understanding that this was a
Specs.
year ago, Kurt, when I introduced you to that gentleman. We're out of the baseball business. He will have that thing looking like Wrigley Field. As far as
Really tough to, like I said. maintain.
diamond drive needed,
Mhm.
One guy that, like I said, I really actually trust to do the dragging. 'Cause, if you don't know what you're doing, it can get out of hand real quick as far as the dirt getting out of the diamond and not taking care of the grass lines.
well, you'll have people putting
It's-
chalk on grass when it
it's
should be
tedious.
painted. It can go south real quick on baseball field maintenance.
It's very tedious, and like I said, the one that used to take care of it was Everado, which he retired, and I have him back part-time. But it's strictly part-time, it's not really enough to say that I can count on him 100% to be.
Well, Kurt, get with George and let's get this lined out, because that's gonna be on top of us before we know it. And it'd be a shame we get all these beautiful fields put in place and they're not maintained properly by pros.
So I was asking for basically that, to be subcontracted out along with the 3 or 4 units, just to be able to.
Keep up.
Keep up. And like I said, we're still gonna be acres short, but not nowhere near where I'm at now.
Right.
We'll get those employees.
And remind me, Kirk, but I think what I remember seeing his proposal when he was just presenting or just talking to us, he was also about maintaining the fields and also the management of the fields.
I don't
So
know
we
about
need to make sure we have our
Yeah.
specs right on what we're gonna ask for when we go out for RFP.
I think we had talked about that, but I don't know if the Greenscape 6 actually does like the contract, like say if we were to rent the fields out.
Yes, sir. They would manage
Might be
your
a separate
fields.
deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
So-
separate.
So we need to make sure and have it right in our RFP Yeah. 10-4.
So all of what you're talking about now is that part of that $530,000 increase in contractual.
Well, actually, that came about after, so I'm not for sure if that contract got added into. Or what portion it got added into, but that was after I'd already turned my budget in. Whenever I come up with the 133 for the ball fields. So I'm trying to pull it up. My computer just shut down for no reason.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I'm not for sure where that was added or
It's in the contractual, I think it looks like.
contractual. Okay.
Contractual other.
Yes, sir. It went from 50 to 190.
Yeah, we need to talk about that, because there was actually, come across a vendor last year that they do all the grounds maintenance. They do scheduling, Oh, 9 yards. so, yes.
I know at one time, I think Billy had a contact. I think it was,
Yeah, if the group friend that Baytown is using, I forget their names.
like, one of the baseball, one of the, sports companies like Marucci,
Yeah,
and I never did get a hold of anybody.
and Tommy actually contacted one of them too.
Yeah,
They were, I think they were interested in at least one, maybe, contracting out one of our complexes, maybe the west side.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And that might be the way to go.
yeah, there's a lot of room for discussion there.
If they
so.
were, right, if they were interested in all three complexes or just the one,
Cause this is some big numbers.
because like I said, I didn't actually get to speak to anybody. So that, with the contractual was just strictly on the groundskeeping of the 12 fields. Like I said, I think the renting out would be a complete separate deal.
So the $190,000 is for the groundskeeping of the fields.
Groundskeeping and then what I already have. As far as having a contract out, say, plumbing that's beyond our means or needing something built. I think that was already 50,000 in there, correct?
What's the $150,000 for then? That's for maintenance grounds and buildings.
I think the 150 was the. Cause the quote that we got was just it was just a one quote, so I think that was. Just a bigger number than the 133 that was quoted.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because the total thing's adding up to an additional $530,000. And I just don't know how we're getting, $500,000.
So that was-
Contractual.
That was.
I'm hoping that's double dip.
You're looking at the 423 and the 563 numbers.
It's 563,700, right? The
So-
total number.
Are you?
That's equipment rental.
Here we go. Under Parks and Recreation, under, going down. Under contractual,
Yeah, I think the changes are gonna be.
560 and,
Yeah,
so third, and then
the biggers, these two are the good big.
190
Mhm.
and then 150.
Yeah, that's the 150s is normal budget for.
Is this for 12 fields? What is this for? Is this for 12 fields?
Yes.
After 12, so we're not redoing.
Yeah.
So
Well,
150
and
normal.
The increase won't be finished until
50 to
late next year, but that's.
50 to
Well,
190.
all 12
But
that will be
it's-
finished.
Okay, so he was originally at
Overall 420.
420. Okay, now we're at 507, 163.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's the big number right there.
Yes, sir.
Increase, all right.
Okay.
Thank you. It's not as scary as I thought.
But we'd still have to go out or
I want to skate.
Hughes.
Yes, when you are, but yes, we'll have to do that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean, that
Once
price
we
is,
decide, once we come to stuff in the commission, and then we'll advertise. Like I said, I've had 2 people call my office. I had some contact, plus whatever y'all want to come up with, we'll send the solicitation to.
And one of them was that company, I couldn't remember
Yes,
the
sir.
name. What's
Yeah,
the
I think
name
it's
of
the One
it?
that's quoted in here. And Kirk, is that the same guy? Yeah.
Greenscape.
Yeah.
6, I think they're just.
Yeah. And then just make.
That guy lives behind you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we want maintenance or do we want maintenance and management of the field? What are we asking when we get our?
I believe that
This
if we do the management of the fields, we really need to have our leagues president involved to see, I mean, they need to be explained how it's gonna work.
Right, and again, it would go through Kirk's office once we get everything ready, but y'all give them some direction on what you want. Do we just want someone to take care of the fields, or do we want somebody to take care of the field and manage the time slots? We've got to be careful on how we do that.
I think we need to perhaps meet with some of these people and find out what they do. And also the ones that would partner with us, you know, to manage it and run it.
That's a great idea. Who's your liaison? Who's your, Billy, well, there you go. If Billy wants to step in, I mean, is your liaison?
Oh, you moved.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you for volunteering, Commissioner.
Really near.
Maybe. I'm confused. You made it.
I think this is our,
You want me to take it, Billy? I'll take it.
Huh?
I think this would be year 2.
Okay, all right.
So I
It's,
think I would have you until the end of the year. And then I think.
But do you and Tice want to work that together?
but the way
We'll do
that, but the way it works.
I mean, this ties the baseball man.
And the way it works, and we probably wouldn't be working on this till early in the year anyway.
Billy,
So,
I'm on it. You just let me, yeah.
And if we do something like that, you know, I would like to be a part of it, because I think everybody wants to work hard.
Billy don't understand that the math.
I wasn't there, so I had no idea what was going on.
Hey,
I
Kirk,
mean, I'm
Billy,
still playing T-ball.
Billy don't understand that the mounds and the hitting boxes are made out of Mississippi mud. You know what the ironic part is? The Mississippi mud comes from the state of New Jersey.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting.
Something that all feel dirt when you actually.
Right.
get real dirt, it gets expensive.
That's right.
What else you got, Kurt?
What's that?
What else you got?
Okay, so. Being as I asked for more employees, of course, I bumped the overtime. For, of course, you know, YPS and events, because I think we were actually going over for what we had budgeted last year. So I upped the overtime and the salaries part-time because I gained one of the guys that retired back. So last year's budget wouldn't end up to cover the one coming back.
Okay.
Pretty much everything else in the normal operating budget, left alone besides fuel. Of course, I upped it because we all know gas and diesel's twice as much as it used to be.
Did, not that, just, did you get with Aaron and Anahuac, anything that touches water that we could use some of the hot funds to pay for some of your mowers and your personnel and stuff like that? Are we drawing a little bit from that fund to help cover some of your personnel and
Most of
machinery?
my- Well, not for personnel. I didn't know that we could use it for personnel. I knew it was kind of maybe a thin red line that we might be able to use hot funds to maybe purchase the lawnmowers because they do take care of property that touches the water. But I didn't know if that was 100%.
Okay, can you get with Aaron and attach Billy, since he's your liaison, and let's find out about that, see if we can draw some of that a little bit from there to cover some.
I know every one of my projects that has to do with a park or near the water, I did, you know, put in the notes that this can be taken from.
Yes, I saw that. Okay, well, let's just check on some personnel a little bit.
So maybe some of the overtime.
The overtime,
taken out of the fund.
and that may be a good thing to do. What do you think, Commissioner?
I think if we could do a percentage.
I
of
think-
what he-
I think we
what
do a
time he
percentage.
Spends on the
Because
parks that, or have waterfront.
we have the one in Smith Point, Bellbow, Anahuac, and Cedar Hill, of White Spark, McLeod. We have,
Not McLeod,
McCullough. We have a bunch of them that touch water, and I mean, that's a lot of time.
Right, I agree.
So I mean, let's check.
Yeah,
on
you go.
it. You go, yeah.
So
I'd be half of it.
It may be. Hey,
It's,
hey,
it's a large number. It really is.
basically getting down to the capital part of it, the first thing that I put on there was Fort Anahuac and Winnie's Stoll Parks electrical repair. So both of those parks, all the electrical is
horrible.
horrible to say the least. when it was installed. I don't think that we followed any electrical law that was even out there 40 years ago. So every time Ryan visits the park before a festival, I get a nice little
Letter that long.
email of about 100 pictures, and he's being conservative with that. So I got it in there to redo the electrical at both Fort Anwac and Winnie
Okay,
at $711,000. Now, there's a lot of contingency in that, but what was, the lead engineer came out, looked at it. There's some of it's gonna have to be reworked. Anyway, a lot of it, like I said, is out, it's outdoor, or
Yeah.
basically it's all outdoor, but it's indoor plugs, indoor covers, nothing's GFI.
and I talked with Kurt and he's gonna check into it. I'm thinking in these parks, when we do these boxes, electrical, unless we're utilizing them, I thought there was one out there that you could pop in and twist and it hooks up to the electricity. So when we're not using them, you can undo them and put them in storage. That way they're not getting run over. I've had several run over in Winnie, several water deals run over in Winnie, and we do it like what I'm thinking you can do. You pop it in there when the festival's there and you take it up. And we could save on that as well.
That'd stop a lot of people from hooking their RVs up for free as well.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't have to lease that. So there's a lot of that goes on in White Park, Winnie Park, and Fort Anwac. Even though we turn breakers and lock boxes, they break the locks off and open. That's part of the reason our boxes are in such bad shape. Yeah. They bound and determined to get in there and get some free electricity. I had one maybe a month ago that was actually down the hill.
Yeah.
Levy.
At the pavilion.
Well, one of the pavilion too.
Yeah.
But he was down the hill and I locked the box out, turned all the electricity off, and came back the next day. He was gone, but had broke the tab off where the lock is and had plugged in the new one. So however, boxes are getting going up that way. And the day was busy. But when we open it up, there's no cuts. We're looking at wires and breakers.
Yeah, that number is big enough. We need to, we need to look at all of our facilities and stuff, and maybe a tax note or something, but I think that needs to be looked at how we actually fund that.
I totally agree. And I think we're looking at maybe doing a tax note for some of our capital projects. I think it really needs, y'all have some serious issues or did over on y'all side. I think we need to lump all that together and get it took care of.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what to be done, but I just think we need to look at, throw that in with some of these other projects that we need to look at and prioritize and how we will fund them. Because to take that out of general fund in one school may not be the right way to do it.
I don't think so.
And I think on both of those, just because the two main reasons that they're there is the Rise Fest and Gator Fest that and Fort Anwac's on the water that I asked for that to be come out of Pop.
We can, we can look at that. We need to see how much we have in that account,
Right.
especially if we go to drawing half your salaries and stuff out of it. We need to look at it to make sure what we have available.
The next item. Talk about some of the other ones just off the top of my head that might not be necessarily in order, but from the electrical at Cedar Hill, this would also possibly be a hot funds, but I have two issues there that we basically need to address to get back in compliance because those are Corps of Engineer parks.
Mhm.
And right now we're kind of, they haven't slapped me on the hand too hard, but we're out of compliance. From Harvey, and it should have came out of Harvey funds, but there's a bad washout on the shoreline at Cedar Hill. And I want to say that I put in, I think, $10,000 basically to build a bulkhead.
20,000.
Okay. I'm thinking of I guess another project, but yes, 20 to build a bulkhead to be able to backfill that washout. I've been working with the Corps of Engineers trying to see if they would not help get a drawing together, because they want cross sections, they want GPS coordinates, how large the washout is, and it's growing. Basically, every time we do get rain, it's getting bigger and bigger. It started out like probably a 6 foot by 6 foot, maybe 4 foot deep. Now it's probably at the entrance of the shoreline, probably close to 20 foot across. And it's all the way up to actually one of the picnic areas washed in, probably about 10, 15 foot. So Cedar Hill is a very sensitive park. Was deemed to be natural by the Corps of Engineers. So there's a lot of commissions that come in to play with that park. So that's why it's taking so long. I've sent some drawings from one of the contractors that does bulkheads. Just I mean, it was a good sketch, but it wasn't exactly what, I mean, they're actually kind of looking for an actual architect to draw this thing up. But so that was one of the projects. The other project at Cedar Hill is the bathrooms there. Basically, what it is a glorified porta potty.
Yep.
It's like a 1,500 gallon tank in the ground with a concrete slab over the top, and then just the one men's stall, one women's stall built on top. Basically, all that is falling apart.
Is it on a aerobic system or what?
It has
No.
been pumped down. Like I said, it
Has
is
to
like
be
a
pumped
wood
out.
pipe. So all the heat, the moisture from underneath that coming up to the building, a lot of the framework is rotten. All of the hardy panel that surrounds it, especially at the bottom, is all rotten. So I put in 25,000 to have that completely rebuilt on top. That bathroom actually cost, this was probably about 2 years ago, that bathroom cost $80,000. Now that's the tank in the bottom and top. Well, they build them in Boulder, Colorado. They deliver them on an 18-wheeler, drain it, put it in the ground, drain the top, put it on top. It's already prefabbed all built. And that's what the Corps of Engineers does to a lot of their natural parks or where they don't have running water. They have the same thing, a little bit bigger, but they have the same thing for what's built locks where the boat ramp is. So I just need to wrap up the top. Like I said, the doors are just about falling off. And like I said, it's just a matter of time for the walls start to break.
How many lawnmowers is that you see scanned 80,000? How many mowers is
That
that?
was full.
4 mowers?
I got off track in 2020. I have a misunderstanding. I was told whatever I had, or 2021, whatever I had in my 2020 budget, I would get in my 2021. And I did not get any equipment, and so that I'm a little bit behind on lawnmowers. After this year, I can go back to just the 2 lawnmowers instead of 4 to stay on our trade out. I've got some of the Skags that have 3,000, 4,000 hours on. So entails a lot of maintenance every week to keep those up. And we're getting a pretty fair trade in when we actually trade those in. We're getting a pretty good price. For the ones that went back, I think last time we traded in 4, we got like $8,000 back for those lawnmowers.
If you got the additional personnel, would this be enough equipment, mowers and stuff to cover those new employees?
These 4 should be, that should be enough.
I don't see any additional vehicles on here nowhere. I see it.
I didn't do
Trailer.
the vehicles this year. Of course, I ain't even got the vehicles that I got.
Yeah,
Or that I
ordered.
ordered and was approved for last year. I think I'm waiting on 2, 1 crew truck and 1 bathroom truck.
Okay.
Bathroom truck's got like 300,000 miles on it. And I expect we spend about $2,000 on it. A lot of sensors, electrical issue for that one.
Okay,
So I'm trying to get it off the line. So, but being that I didn't get vehicles so far, I didn't ask for any vehicles now. But if I were to get my crew truck and that bathroom truck, I'll be fine until next year.
Okay.
If we ever get this vehicle situation lined down.
anybody else have any questions on any of these items he has on here?
No, those,
Yeah, I do.
I've discussed all them offline with Kurt.
Yeah, they've had to. What you got, Commissioner?
Go ahead.
I thought we talked about the swing set at Beach City.
Yes, and like I said, everything was already turned in. I'm working on some playground equipment that has to be replaced right now. I have Old River. That I have to tear that playground down and at Bradford. But if I get those done this year, then we can use what I've already turned in. We can use that budget money for the swing set to get Beach City back in, well, to get that one in compliance. Because we can't get away with what we used to, where you just had a swing set sitting on top of grass.
That one that's out there is dangerous.
Wheelchair access. So, $5,000 swing set now is about 25 for small. The one at Cove got took out by that little windstorm that we had. We picked up the fire department shed and completely wiped out the swing set at Cove Community Building.
You get that on insurance?
So but I don't think engineers gonna cover it, but maybe.
Yeah, I think they gave us what, $10,000 or $12,000, I think is what they ended up giving us a check for on that. That's the one at Old River. I mean, at Cove. Yeah.
But we need that swing set at Beach City taken care of.
So, get back into,
You have a playground over
we just got the
That old
playground.
Swing set, we've been trying to get replaced for, I don't know how long it's here. 4 years now.
there? Right.
So like I said, once the budget was turned in, like I said, if we get Bradford and Old River, there would be more than enough in the 50,000 and the 70,000, no, see, that's where's the program? 80,000 and 30.
Yeah, you got a swing set in here for 30.
Yeah, code.
Code.
Basically, the same thing.
30,000 for code. If we get say the playground done this year in Bradford to replace that one, because it was completely rusted out. The platforms were rusted, we had to basically fence it off, we torn some of it down, we gotta finish tearing the rest of it down. But we could use that line item, Bradford, to do the swing set at Beach City.
That was an if though. I don't want an if.
Well, I think I'll be putting it on, the next court.
Okay.
Well, you getting a price, when you pricing all these, you pricing them all together at one time, maybe get a better price, or how we doing
Well,
that?
all these quotes are by board.
That'll go that from the car.
They're all by board. And, I've been doing kind of like what we started doing in Safari. We're going to the composite.
Yeah.
Because they last longer. They're better looking playgrounds. Basically, we're looking for longevity. So I'm trying to get away from the metal ones. They are cheaper, but especially in the areas where.
But they don't work with salt air.
Nope.
So in this area, like I said, they're a little bit more expensive, but they're gonna last a lot longer. Like I said, but I can step down to metal, but when you go to the composite, you have very, very few metal parts in that. I mean, maybe the monkey bars, maybe a ladder, and that's it. The rest of it's composite and plastic. So your life out of those playgrounds was a lot longer than the metal. That actually what we're trying to replace right now is all metal. That's everything. Like I said, the platforms, they have like a 5-year warranty on them. And some of the other mechanical parts is like a 10-year. And on both those playgrounds, we're out of warranty. I was able to get some warranty on a little part of the repairs at Smith Point. And I just got in parts of that, just to go down and put the parts in ourselves. So. Anyway, just trying to get away from, the metal player and go to the positive.
I agree with that. So tell me about White's Park. 75,000 there.
Boat dock repair.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea what it's gonna cost. It's already actually, we did use Harvey money to try to repair it. Before the pilot, they're on the piers going out. Basically, we have 3 posts. The only thing that's holding them up is the 3x12s that they're bolted to. In the water just hanging. And they went deeper with the last post, some of them held up. It's all washed out. So basically, what's happening is that deck is starting to lean and fall. And like I said, I haven't, Crawleys couldn't get out there to actually give me an estimate. But just basing our repairs off the last one was the 75.
That curve right before that, Kirk, and I know you see it, is being eat out, and it's gonna continue to eat over to that road, but we need to get with Road and Bridge or somebody and start putting something, see what we can put in there to keep that erosion down. It's
I'm
gonna-
saying it's getting worse. I mean, even the RV park, if you look from the bridge on I-10,
It's
they
bad.
put in that nice vinyl bulkhead and it's already falling.
Yep.
That bio is a lot deeper than what people think.
Yep.
But, like I said, we made the repair after Harvey and went back after Milton. Like I said, the posts are just, there's 3 posts on one side. That's just so we gotta figure out something there. Plus, like you said, that being right before you get to the ramp, I mean, we probably lost 20 foot,
Oh, yeah, at least.
20 foot for the property there. Basically, all the trees are just on the water.
I don't know if we put riffraff in there or whatever we do. I don't
So
know.
that's White Park. So we got Cedar Hill washed out, Cedar Hill restroom, White Park, trash can. And this is also for Cedar Hill and Hugo. Basically, this is another compliance issue with the Corps of Engineers. I do a ergo assessment every year with the Corps. And basically, it's an environmental inspection. And the park, is always complimented on how good it looks and everything else, but one main thing that we've been out of compliance is the trash cans. They don't like our blue trash cans. So I gotta put in trash cans that actually have a lid because it's in nature and near the water. So it all has to do with the concentration of littering or, trash in the water. So I actually have to send an email, let them know that I have it in my budget to try to purchase quite a few trash cans with these. There's about, well, say between the 2 parts, there's about 25 trash cans. And depending on what they will approve, they're anywhere from about $500 to about $1,600 a piece.
Expensive question.
The cheapest one I found, and it's one that I don't really like, is the concrete ones. Because they're hard to move, people dump them over. My guys trying to, set them back up and almost take a piece of equipment. Because we've had the ones at Fort Anahuac that were put in a long time ago. That happens. Not every week, but it happens. And then, like I said, we gotta stop doing what we're doing and those were, I think those were $500 is what it's a concrete, like I said, they're big, heavy, and they're hard to move.
Lid's concrete?
The lids are not concrete.
Metal, heavy metal.
Heavy metal on the lid and,
That's expensive.
It's simply amazing the amount of effort people make to try to tear something up.
yes,
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
I know they work hard
Unbelievable.
still.
They do.
When they got a job.
I know. They destroy the bathrooms.
bathrooms are nasty. I got pictures, it's cold, wouldn't wanna look at.
Oh, I know.
I've seen some of those. That unimaginable.
To go and
Okay.
basically right in front of the commode instead of in the commode, and taking toilet brushes and rope help.
Yeah.
And that's everywhere, that's
I think-
Anahuac, Lenny, Oh, down
Set the toilet paper on fire.
Oh, yeah, I've had, Gregory was one of the worst ones, Gregory built a pile of sticks to one in the bathroom. Thank God everything's metal. But they forced the whole wall.
Yeah.
The last time they burned every toilet paper roll, hanging in the men, so.
Does anybody have any other questions for Kurt? I mean,
No,
I think
good.
we've covered pretty much everything.
Kicking a lot of
We got,
stuff that we
we
should.
need to see if we can get solid waste in here,
Right,
maybe
yeah.
not, but
Any questions on the weld machine or the dump trailer?
No,
yeah, we're good.
I just one comment. Our parks always look great, so
They do.
appreciate all that y'all do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kurt.
Just keep in mind,
Appreciate
the
it.
dump trailer, you go, they're gonna charge you at dump.
Chicken feet.
I'll talk to you. Oh, yeah, never mind.
Oh.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kurt.
Is solid waste out there, or
Yes, sir.
they are? Kurt trying to eat up her time.
Yeah, 22 minutes.
Solid waste.
Put 'em on, vote on that, they're,
I think you got their own.
They got their own.
Make special.
Thank y'all.
I think
Thank you,
so.
Kurt.
They cost the most
Hey,
money.
Debbie.
Hey, Deb.
I don't see you in here,
Well,
Dave.
they're under general.
So they have their own phone.
Well, that's what I'm looking
So
on.
I'm very probably charged on you all budgets.
Look very top. Scroll up to the top.
I'm at the very top. And there's- Maybe not.
Now scroll all the way up. Hit all, you all.
And you sharp.
And then. They're right there. Solid waste.
Come on.
They're only 1.2 over budget.
Kurt eat up some of y'all's time, so if y'all ready.
Go
And sheriff got your money.
And sheriff. got
Yeah,
your
sure got the money.
Uh,
Parks got
Y'all
the
pretty
time.
much here, we're gonna have lunch in a minute, so y'all pretty much, that's what you're gonna get.
Come on, Big Debbie.
You know what I'm saying, the truth hurts sometime, but it doesn't make it not the truth.
Am I supposed to start something? This is my first go at this, guys.
Just state your name for the record
Okay,
and
Debbie Elliott,
with
about solid waste,
solid waste, okay?
which is John Duhon, solid waste.
Guy.
All right, give me just a minute. I can hear.
They're already, they have their own tab in the back. They're with,
It's golf here. That's what we.
A page, yeah, on the back.
Yeah, I got their own tab.
Airport, golf,
airport closures.
solid waste.
Oh, there it is. All right. I see that.
There was like two.
Flip on back to page 3, bro.
Right.
You're not the only one, boss. I mean, if you need to, they can make you a copy of what we have in our book here. Unless you have a bookcase you can look at here.
That not big hurt. though.
You'll be going to bring your.
No, that's okay. I got it. I was just hoping y'all would ask me questions. Everything I need.
All right, let us look over it real quick. We can definitely do that.
Yeah, we can ask a question.
I mean, I need to tell you why I need it. You want to run down?
Yeah, just want to run through, I guess our salaries and kind of in.
Okay. Let's see, I think the only thing on salaries I had requested, I did have some raises for some guys, and I'll put that in there.
Yeah, I saw that.
We have four,
Yeah,
and the reason I'm asking for raises for them is that we did get some raises last year, and these guys didn't.
besides the cost of living.
Right.
Okay.
You got 5 total.
Yeah, 5 total.
I did, that's fine.
Yep.
Sunday, Tilton. Umber, LeBlanc, and Martin.
Oh, these are the ones that we didn't miss. Yeah, and I, there was an explanation in there for those. I mean, they're good employees. We've had a problem, I don't know if other departments have, but had a problem with getting applications for, for jobs that we have now. So these guys are, good, faithful employees, and we'd like to see if we can get them a little increase. Like I said, they haven't.
Don't see no increase except there. Which, yeah,
Well, you do-
I was looking in the book.
Oh, looking at the book, yeah, it shows them all in there.
I don't, there's a cell phone allowance in here. I'm really not sure what that's for. We don't have cell phone allowances, so that's $1,200. I don't.
I think that's for department head.
Okay. On that gas and oil, right now, I have $29,000 left for this year in fuel. Which I'm looking on here, I guess I had 200,000 budgeted. I don't know what the fuel price is gonna be, but obviously that's why we went up on that. I mean, I'm gonna run out this year. As it is. Unexpected, right? We're asking for an increase on safety equipment, actually double of what we had last year.
Okay, I think we discussed this earlier, each department asking for safety equipment, or is it going through safety? What did we decide on that?
I don't think we ever actually decided. I think we kind of left it up there. We're gonna do one or the other.
Yeah.
I kicked it down the road of what we were gonna do.
Yeah, and I think what the outcome was, no matter what, however we do it, we will run it through safety.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, but I
There was some talk of we're gonna require the safety footwear, and that's why we're up.
what we were talking about, our safety director also turned in a big budget for safety equipment countywide.
Okay.
And the question was, were we going to fund it through the safety department, or we're gonna fund it through each individual department?
Right.
So
Well, so that's-
that's still something we
Yeah,
got to say.
we hadn't come up with that answer yet, so.
I see a 200% increase on equipment rental.
Yes, and the reason I think that was put in, is how we are now, our equipment, the shape that it's in.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
we were to have a storm, and had to rent equipment for that.
Okay.
We recently had 2 of our dozers down at the same time, and the other one that's running now needs track off.
Okay.
Yeah, repairs and maintenance, we increased that, because there again, this year, I've got 50,000 left in that, line item, and I don't think that's gonna make it. I'm gonna have to try to pull from somewhere else. This equipment is aging, those, articulated dump trucks that I have are over 10 years old. Having a lot of breakdown there. My scale had to have a lot of work done on it, so it's just things that'll break it down underneath it.
What is site maintenance?
Site maintenance, that's for repair on the roads, mostly, yeah. Going up, on the hill, the rock that we have to have. I think we also, let's see, no, that's a different one. Site maintenance, that's basically just for that, the scale would also come out of site maintenance. Anything that we have there on site that repairs. The reason that they upped that, I know, was because the new cell that we're going out for bids on, that is gonna have to have a road access to it. And I believe that was the increase on the,
So what is the schedule for the new cell?
I think the bid opening is.
For Georgia.
in 2 weeks, August 10th, maybe.
You think it's lunchtime or something?
Is that right? Or is it week after?
You got hangry on lunch.
What else? That one? I think it's August.
So does anybody know what the construction time might run?
I've heard them say, up to a year.
Yes,
Just depends on
weather.
the-
So it might be coming on the end of this fiscal year of 23.
Yes, and that's coming out of ARPA money.
I understand. I'm talking about
the road.
the other stuff to go along with.
Yes, yes,
It might be coming in at the end of the year.
yes. Now, is that road going to that new sale? Is that all part of the bid, or y'all having to build that yourself? Because if that's part of the bid, we'll pay for that out of ARPA money.
I think
So-
that the last email that I got, was that they were gonna have. it.
Okay, so we
George
need,
isn't in here.
Okay.
I believe that's what, they were gonna try to get that money also.
Okay.
It was gonna happen.
thank you.
Alright, and then our monitoring, storm monitoring, all that actually went down a little bit. It's just different things they have to monitor, so it's not as expensive this year, so they.
Well, if you get that new cell online, that's gonna increase it because you have to be more monitoring on it.
Right, and that's, I don't believe that's gonna be, coming in this year
No.
No.
Okay,
or next, for the next year.
okay, down here on your capital.
Okay, this D6 dozer, this is the one that is to replace one, this is our type 4 kill. We got a turf grant for that dozer, that grant's over with, what year is that dozer been? But it's had a lot of repairs this year,
Okay, we're going,
and it's gotta be replaced or it's gonna eat us.
No. Did we buy a new dozer last year or we did a major overhaul on it?
No, we bought a new dozer, we put it, but it's not a landfill dozer. It's only, dirt.
That's you?
Was it last year?
No.
Year before.
Year before.
We refurbished, we refurbished, a cat,
Yeah, we did a major refurbish this year.
$300,000.
And then we bought one here.
No, that was on the compactor, which we didn't have, I mean, that was, thing was down for like a year. We finally gotten it back up, which is helped
okay,
a lot.
what we doing with the other old dozer, replacing, we trading it in, or what we
I
doing?
think we should trade it in. I think we would get more money that way than if we try to sell. it.
Okay, I mean, that would come off of this price
Yeah.
here? Okay,
Any idea what that might be? Just curious.
I don't have an idea. I should have looked into that to see. I don't know what.
Yeah.
You have any?
I'm not even sure.
You don't think they'll give us anything for it?
you might check,
Bad.
just
Yeah,
check before we put it on, because we'd have to get the new one in anyway, check before we put it on the bill.
And I also, have got Samantha checking for me on possibly getting another truck grant.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay. Tub grinder, skid steer.
What did we ever do about the tires? Did we ever get that situation?
Got them gone.
we have gotten that, we found a place in,
The Cleveland,
Cleveland, yeah, that we can actually haul them, the ones that we can't get them to pick up. But right now, so far, they've been pretty good about going around picking it. Our smaller box sites, we've just had employees bring those out to the landfill. And then we haul them in the roll-off box, and it seems to be working a little bit.
Good.
yeah, because it was costing us
Oh, yeah.
1,500, 2,000, more than that probably to haul them over and then to take them.
And now that
tires.
we got a solid price from those people, we're charging accordingly when they come to the landfill, like with rims and,
Good.
there's a big charge on that and we're passing that on to the person that brings the tires.
So we've got somebody taking our tires.
Yes,
We're actually having to haul them over there, but
we're
they're
taking it
set,
to them.
and they go by weight over there, so,
They're charging us.
Yeah.
Per weight, by weight. Okay.
Now
but
this,
they'll take all of it. Whereas the
Oh.
place we were having to pick up, they would pick and choose.
what's this skid steer installment? Is that a rental?
No, we had a deal where we would trade it in was it every year? Every year a trade-in, and they quit offering that. And so this is the machines, 3 installments of them, and then we own them.
Yeah, but I
That's
did
on the
ask Kirk
skid
about
steer
that.
And the mini excavator.
So what is the grinder?
That's where they grind up the trees and stuff.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, I should, okay.
that's the toe grinder. We actually have 2 grinders, one of them, well, they were both bought used. But the smaller one that we bought, and we are actually attempting to use it. But it will let very little, it's real small. And so we're having to haul a lot of the brush out. The big grinder, is down right now. It's seems like it's always down, but, we are trying to repair it. Same thing on that. I mean, we don't need the other one. We plan on swapping them out. If we can get a trade in or we can sell it outright. And that's a question that I had about selling. We actually have a motor too, with a new dozer motor.
Everything's gotta go to gov deal.
It has to go through the deal, can't sell it out otherwise.
No, it's gotta go through George to get rid of any.
Go George.
Anything you wanna get rid
So,
of.
but we can trade it in, but we just can't sell it. I mean, we've got.
Well, you can't sell it without going through the proper process.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't just sell
We're
it to
trying to
an
get the
individual.
most money we can for, what we've got.
So this grinder, is that a portable one, or one you're proposing to buy?
Yes, it's portable.
Okay.
The
And
five,
actually, this one we would want to leave primarily on the west side to, take care of Montgomery and Beach City.
So is Baytown still coming out?
We keep one and we would use it on
Is Baytown still grinding some of our stuff?
no.
No.
Um,
I'm talking about Baytown Saints.
yeah, they don't have, like, they're not, when we possibly not be able to do that again now. We've been a truck driver short for about,
Yeah.
quite a while, and we just.
I just didn't know if that's beneficial, if we could, I wouldn't care if they ground all of our stuff.
Oh, yeah, me either. We just gotta get it out of there. The problem we have in doing it is you have to move the machine, you have to move the,
Right.
you have to have the machine and the track hopefully. Getting that moved and then, especially over there, to grind it, get it all cleaned up and then, in 10 weeks, we could be back.
Yeah, I know.
a mini excavator, that's the same deal. Y'all buying it
Yeah,
outright?
I believe there was 3 payments, so that excavator, which is the last one that we traded in, that was the one that we kept. 3 payments of 5,000 and then we own that, and the same on the skid steer, 3 payments of 7,000, 3 years.
The roll-off trucks are the ones that we went back out to bid for again.
We have not gone back out, but
Okay.
yes, we have to go back.
So is that a carryover? We never did it this year, did we?
Well, yeah.
No, we're right at 100,000 miles on all this.
Yeah. So how do we do that? Can we roll it over from last year? Or we just let that go and just rebudget it?
For capital, yes, what we've been kind of doing. We know it's been hard to get stuff in lately, so I usually try to during this part of the season, if they know that they're not gonna get it until next year, we'll rebudget it for next year. Yeah, we'll rebudget.
Rebudget on it.
And all
Okay.
those roll-off trucks, so we haven't done it, and then I think we also had listed on there an additional roll-off truck, which we talked about that, and we're gonna hold off on that. So that was
Yeah.
on this.
You had one for 180 and then 5 buybacks at 275
Mhm.
for this year, for
Honestly,
this year.
Don't have any idea what kind of buyback we're gonna get on the trade-in, we're gonna get on the ones we have now, or what new ones are gonna come.
No, I understand.
So Dick, I noticed you didn't ask for any new employees, just,
No,
I guess. With moving Mont Bellevue over to the west side, that's just gonna be a level switch. That's gonna take any extra employees.
well, by closing some of these other September 1st, we have, we'll do some hours at several. So we're gonna move some people around. We had 2 gentlemen retire, 2 full-time employees, so we were able to replace them. And then we're going to run extra people on the west side using the extra hours that we had from those, you know,
Okay,
Okay.
control the plan on doing there. And as of right now, part-time people, we've been losing them, but we're not gonna hire any more because I don't see a need for that. We have enough to cover vacations and sick days and such as that. So, you know, we do have a couple of spots that we can hire part-time people, but we haven't had any applications, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, anybody else have any questions?
We're gonna put another timer over there, but like I said, we don't need an additional position because we've moved some people.
great job picking up the pieces, Debbie, and running with
Yeah,
that.
Oh,
thank you very much.
And John.
John.
Y'all doing a great job.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
No, just one thing, I'd like to keep trying to move forward on getting rid of all those, the old,
We just gave Susan
Marcus.
things today to send over to George's office on some trucks that we're moving.
okay. Then all those boxes back there in the back,
Yes.
guess we just scrap those out.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna, if we can't
Get
sell
rid
them,
of-
we're gonna scrap them.
The old roll off.
Okay.
Retired.
All right.
Yeah, did you got that in on there, that articulating stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And the same thing on that, we talked to them and they're willing to come out and look at our old one. And then also there again, if we can get the TARP grant, right now it was closed, but Samantha was gonna check and see if they were gonna start doing that again. 'Cause that was really, we saved a lot of money doing that, something that we use basically every day.
Oh, well, definitely. Check on those other pages, see what kind of trade-in you get from the dealer, just get an idea. And then we'll move forward from there. Cause like I said, we are looking at maybe doing a tax note, maybe to put some capital stuff in it, so we may be able to do a little something.
And
And,
John even, you know, we did those deals with Bobcat, which was a really good way to do it, because we always had a new machine and, you know, they did the maintenance and all that. So he was gonna talk to some of these, you know, like Pat or do something.
some of them can't get equipment, they can't get the equipment right now, because I'll talk to them at the conference.
Mhm.
But I just like to watch on that, because I don't know if it pans out by the time you pay for it and then pay them to take it back. When you really look at it, I mean, you can get several thousand hours out of these machines before they really start giving you any trouble. Maybe, I think we need to buy them, and then we'll get down, we can trade them in, because the money, and I was gonna discuss that with Parks too, because they were doing the same thing with Bobcat. I don't think the money panned out good enough for us to continue rotating the machine, because the hours they give us, very, very few.
On the, you know, I don't know about parts, but in our department, you know, the articulating dump trucks, the roll-off trucks and the dozers, they work every day.
Oh, yeah.
6 days a week. You know, and when you let something go 10 or 12 years.
Oh, no, we can't do that.
Yeah, so, but if we traded them in more regular, you know, every 3 or 4 years before, like for this track job that we're looking at, you know, it's close to $30,000. And that machine's 3 years old.
And those things get worked hard.
So you know, they-
Put some numbers together, about, rotating that equipment out.
Okay.
Holding on to it, so that, we just got a dinosaur sitting in there, can't get rid of.
Let us know, I appreciate it.
Put the numbers together and see, you know, if it's better or worse.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to say one thing on the articulate, the cheapest one is the Doosan, but, we use cat pretty much everything, and that's quality. The Doosan, they've only been in the heavy equipment like 10 years, so it's still kind of new. We do have a track load with the Doosan that we're gonna try out, see how it lasts, but cat's not that much more, and,
you pay for what you get.
Well, John, I
Long
want
run.
to add to that though. What about service? Hey, guys.
cat,
But they're
they
expensive.
take good care of us.
Okay. What are you gonna say, Commissioner?
No, I'm just making sure of service, because
Doosan, we haven't had much experience with yet.
Doosan is catered to counties. Cat, they want to sell to the big contractor. They're not driven to service. Like,
The relationship with them.
The relationship help, yeah.
I mean, they do, they treat us.
Catcher machines. Okay, anything else? No? Debbie, can you wait a minute out there? We'll discuss something real quick. If that's all we have, we're gonna break for lunch. It's 12:10. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, Chambers County Commissioner Court budget hearings come to order. It is 1:03 after a lunch break. And EMS is up. Mr. Ron Nichols.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your short lunch break. I know it's been a long day already. If you guys are good with it, I'd like to go with the 091 stuff first, since Winnie's here, and let them do their presentation on what they're asking for, and then we can move into the 092 budget, if that's okay.
Okay.
I'll let Amber and Mr. Holland.
Everything they have right here, you said?
Yeah, so everything for their bid and everything for the truck was in the packet for 091. The pictures just didn't make the packet in time, so I brought you copies of it. I don't know if you have access to that or not. If not, I can get somebody.
We know how to get to it, we got it.
I know how to get to the budget stuff and the software, but I don't know, because we turned, the 091 stuff was all turned in on paper. It wasn't turned into the software.
So do we have that?
Yes, y'all need.
So what you'll do in your that until the end of 92 for EMS.
Yeah, ma'am.
You'll grant 91.
It's open the attachment, correct? Okay.
Yes.
I'm still learning software.
Up here again,
Yes, sir. And do view all budgets.
back here.
Mhm. And then you have it 0 and 1. Also the sales tax. And they're in the very back of your book.
Didn't you just give us a new printout on it?
I did, yes, yes.
Okay,
So,
right there.
yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a new software. We're all getting used to it. Software works great once you figure out how to use it.
Okay, ready when you are.
I'll let Amber and Mr. Nolan from Winnie EMS. So y'all want to come up and let them know what you're asking for?
So where they
You know
at?
better why you need it than I do.
No attachments.
And I don't know what it's gonna be under the Wayne Stoll EMS, it's for the bottom.
You'll have to decipher for me because I can't hear anything.
Under health services,
Yep, yep. I do know.
okay, and then I got health and service tax, non-operating. Capital,
You get hearing aids, they went $4,000 per set,
no,
for just regular set, not fancy. So I haven't decided.
I don't see one in there.
Because I still. work,
When stole
maybe I'll get-
EMS?
Yeah. I missed it. Health service.
Yeah, all you can do is go look for tabs.
Contractual. I thought of that.
Contractual?
Okay.
You need the account number, Commissioner. It's 0910-630-3421.
You really confused
I got
me
it.
now, Ron.
Got it.
All right, now I see the attachments, okay.
Okay, Mr. Nolan.
Okay, currently we have 3 ambulances. One of them is a robbed parts off of a truck because it's not roadworthy right now. The other truck is approximately 10 years old. It has overspent our budget for repairs this year considerably. Both of these older trucks have gone through both of the floods and were used in very deep water in order to do rescues and things. So the trucks are just flat shot. And we would like to request that the county purchase us another ambulance. We have one good one. It is a 4-wheel drive. And so it stands taller. And we hope that, in case floods and stuff, we'll be able to go in the flood. Now, the price of it, I think, has probably been marked up about $25,000 because the truck will not be built until next year sometime. And they were afraid because chassis have gone up tremendously. Aluminum has just skyrocketed. So they added in extra to protect themselves for that. So whenever the truck comes in, then we can adjust the figures for it. One of the trucks, if you want us to sell it, is just what it weighs. It's just, like I said, it's not roadworthy right now. The other truck, I think because the floor is in bad shape in it, and because of its age, maybe 5,000-7,000 for it. That could be turned back into the county if you care to do so. The trucks that we ordered, as we have one like now, is a very basic truck. It's got a few little extra things on it that we really need for our area. It's a full-size truck. Last month, we had 4 and 5 people working on medics in the back, so we do need a big truck in our area.
So is that what these pictures are of this right here?
Yes, so the pictures are gonna be of some of the damages to the truck, just so you can see the wear and tear on the floor, the mileage, so we gotta picture that.
These are the ones you have on the premise that you're gonna trade in or sell.
Yes. Aluminum could be worth a good value there.
And like I said, we really need a second truck because we're constantly robbing off the other truck or it's in the shop being repaired.
And the time frame on getting these trucks is 1-2 years, maybe?
If you say yes today to us on next year's budget, we'll have one next year. If you say no to us, it'll be 3 to 4 years before we can get a truck. It's really they're backed up really bad on it. Now, we do have a chassis that's been spoken for. Mr. Cliff did that for us at the first of the year before we even decided we go ahead and try to get another ambulance. So we do have a chassis spoke for, and it'll just be building it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Nolan?
Yeah, I didn't see it. Is this truck, is that the $372,000?
Yes.
Okay, so that's with a little bit of a markup, plus also a stretcher, which we can pull out of the other truck, which you can knock quite another 25 off of that.
So you're looking at 650,000 for a mobile command. That's not you.
No, that's not them.
It's not you.
For the commissioners who are not familiar with Winnie EMS, we are a wholly owned organization. We own our own building. We own our own generator. Everything that's in the building is paid for out of our funds. No county money has ever been spent on our building. We pay the insurance on it. We pay all the repairs. We recently just added 10 feet to the front of it because the new truck was longer. And we now have a slab poured on the back to park ambulances in because we're now staffing 4 people 24/7 and we need 2 extra bedrooms. So in order to get the extra room for bedrooms, we're going to take in the old ambulance bays and move the trucks out onto a new bay. But like I said, we're very efficient on our money spending, and it's like I said, we just need help with our trucks. That's just way beyond our means.
So y'all have a health service tax in the Winnie area, right?
What?
I mean, yeah, you do. Is it ad valorem or is it a sales?
I will have to ask, I'm not sure.
No, so the health service tax covers the whole county, Commissioner. They don't have.
No, I mean, for their
No, they have the ESD in Winnie, which is just. the
ESD,
fire department.
okay, that's what.
EMS is not under the ESD in Winnie. The ESD is just the fire department alone.
It's fire department only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, not the Winnie Stone.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
But like I said, we just really, our trucks is just flat wore out.
Yeah.
Even though it's only got 66,000 miles on the idle time and everything, it'd be like having over 100,000 miles on it. And it's been through 2 floods. So all the ball joints, just everything on it is just going bad.
Anybody have any other questions, Mr. Nolan?
Yeah.
No,
I'm good.
you good, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
We're done. I'm going back to work.
Thank y'all for what y'all
Yeah,
do.
thank you
Yeah,
for coming
thank
out.
y'all. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
Thank y'all.
So we're back to,
You stay on 091, we can run through those first. if you
Yeah,
want,
you got a couple.
Since you're already there. Or we can go to 092,
no,
your
we're,
preference.
Both of them attachments are the same.
mhm.
I think the attachments was just one packet, if I'm not mistaken, is the way it was done.
There's two attachments, but I think they're close, they're not the same.
Whenever you're ready, Ron, I'm sorry.
You want me to start with the fire department side of it, or you want me to start with the other?
Yeah, I gotta get back over there, got out, got lost.
So, we had a meeting with all the fire chiefs, in Chambers County, myself, Commissioner Hammond, Commissioner, Gore, were there. Just kind of discussing their budgets and the amount of, increase in costs that they're having over the last couple of years. Just so you know, all of our fire departments in this county have to stay NFPA rated, which means they have to get all their gear inspected on an annual basis. They have to replace hose. Maintenance on vehicles, just like we know as a county, have went through the roof when it comes to tires, fuel, repairs, the whole 9 yards. And one of the things that was discussed was the fact that the county, the EMS, the fire departments in mid-county have no supplemental income. So they don't get funding from city governments like Beach City, Cove, Mount Bellevue, Winnie Fire Department. They don't get any additional funding outside of the funding they get from the county. And they're having to operate with the same budgets, with less funds and operate the same NFPA standards and all that stuff. So the recommendation, from Commissioner Gore and from Commissioner Hammond was to level out the fire departments in the mid-county area and give them that cap of $100,000. For everybody, and then we basically capped it out based on whatever funding they got from the city source. For example, Anahuac EMS or Anahuac Fire Department, gets $12,000 annually from the city. So theirs would be capped out at $88,000 to where everybody gets to that $100,000 mark. So they all have the same money to be able to operate, keep the NFPA standards and provide the services that we need to provide as volunteer fire departments in the county. Based on what was budgeted this year with the contingency fund that we have set up in that account, it actually decreases the budget. I believe it was about $35,000 compared to what we had budgeted for this year. I think this year we're budgeted about $835 and we're projected to spend about $600,000. So there's still some leftover funding also that we're not going to spend this year that we kind of leave as emergency funding like we did for the Oak Island No Bayou project, the fuel reimbursements. That's what that money's there for. It's kind of an emergency situation in case we need it for special considerations. In the packet, it tells you kind of what their annual cost is just on basic gear, replacing bunker gear, replacing hoses, doing inspections, the SCBAs, the air packs, all that stuff is in that packet that I included in there to kind of give you an idea. And their rough cost just on that stuff, fuel, everything else is roughly about $85,000 to $90,000 a year is what the fire department are spending to stay and meet the standards required to meet to keep their NFPA certification. So I put it through the budget process for you guys to see if we can get them a little bit increase in their funding and help them provide the services. There's a spreadsheet in there that kind of shows what we're spending this year, what each fire department got versus what they'll propose funding for 2023 is for each department as well.
I hear you, Ron, and I think that's probably a good thought. course, it's new to me, but are all fire departments equal? I mean, you know, when you look at the people on the east side, they got a lot more miles to travel and run territory. But when you look at the population, you know, and we have fire departments on the west side are greatly heavily, you know, involved in that way.
And
So, you know, and I hear you about the supplemental income. Beach City's always been great to Beach City Fire Department.
yes, sir.
Plus, the citizens just raised over $50,000 for them at a fundraiser.
Yes, sir.
You know, that's good, but to take all that away, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that, I mean, offset it.
No, we're not.
I'm not
taking
sure
it
that's
away.
right. I just,
We're not taking it away. We're just, and I mean, we can actually, because you had discussed about getting code a little bit more. When you look at calls.
Yeah.
We look at calls, and where's that call sheet? Do you have the call sheet?
I don't believe so. I mean, I can give you the rough numbers. There was a little bit over 1,200 calls, fire calls last year in 2021. Cove Fire Department ran over half of those. So if you look at the call volume itself, Cove is the busiest fire department in the county.
yeah, and I believe that.
About triple more than everybody
Right.
else. Then you got departments like Smith Point that literally had 15 fire responses last year total.
Well, I think
so it-
when a call goes out to mutual aid, if it goes into anywhere on the west side, all of them respond.
Depends on the type of call. So if it's an assistance call for like EMS, it's just that individual fire department. If it's an actual fire call for a brush fire, for a house fire, they do what we call a first alarm, and they have their first alarm district set up. So if there's a call on the west side of the county for a house fire, for example, or a large brush fire, every department on the west side of the county gets toned out, as well as Hankin, Wallaceville, and Anahuac Fire Department all get toned out for that, for manpower, for the additional tankers, the additional water, the additional resources.
Okay, like the call in Hancomer the other day for the fire,
Yes, sir.
and all of them showed up.
Yes, sir.
How's that done? Does each one of them get marked down as being called out, or does it
Yes,
go off?
so in the call sheet itself, it'll actually attach each individual, it attaches each individual department to that call sheet.
Okay.
And counts for their statistics. And so we know who responded to what calls, and then when we run those reports, if I run a report for co-volunteer fire department, for example, it tells me every call that they were assigned to in the county. So any call they were dispatched to is gonna show up on that report.
Okay. And what he was saying a while ago, I mean, I don't think I saw it completely like that when we were discussing it. I didn't want to take from those departments on that side because they were receiving them funds. Wanted to max it out at like 100,000, then they could receive over it. But I'm just trying to get the mid-county units over here that are doing, like you said, they travel farther, they're costing them more fuel and stuff
And they
like
probably
that.
got more brush fire.
And they got, and stuff like that, and they do a lot of lift assist with
Right.
EMS and stuff, and so does on the west side. But I'm trying to get their funding up because they don't have the benefit of Beach City or the industry and stuff. And-
Don't get real, I'm not trying, I agree with
I
that.
don't want to punish the ones on the west side by taking anything away. I don't want to deduct down. I haven't found it in my deal here yet.
I didn't either.
Right.
It was in that packet, but I'm not sure where it's at.
But I mean, I don't want to deduct. I just want to make sure that what we're receiving on the east side, that these, because their operations costs are high.
Mhm.
Is it under fire department?
It's under the fire
I'm on the
department.
Fire department. right now,
3870.
but,
Very far right, a little.
yeah, the icon or the little attachment.
Yeah.
I got it right here to get to
It's 3870 is the account number, if you need the account number.
If I get this dang thing to open up.
There it is.
Yeah, we get the
Well, they are, they're probably.
38 thing.
Okay, let's see.
Right, so the same thing again.
Oh, okay, I didn't get the contractual.
Yeah, there it is.
Right there.
Okay. Sir,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
I've got it.
So if we,
So the intent is not to take anybody's funding away. The intent was just to kind of increase the funding for the big county units that don't have access to that city support.
yeah, I want to make sure it increase theirs, but I don't want to punish anybody that's receiving funding from somebody else. Heck, I'm happy for them. I wish we could do it across the whole county. But I wanted to get, looking at what funding they were getting and the service they're providing, everybody's providing the same service. And they're just, I want to make sure the playing field a little bit equal on the funding they get from us.
And I'm okay with that. I just heard him say we're going to.
I say capital,
reduce-
I meant for the county side of the funds, not necessarily what they can get from the outside, like the fundraisers and stuff are a necessity for those departments. We support them anytime they do them and try and show up for those and give them additional support. I would never take away from them doing that stuff because it's a necessity for them to operate their departments.
Well, and that's kind of like when you said what Anahuac received 12,000, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you said you'd cap Anahuac at 88. I don't want to cap anybody. I mean, if they get additional funding, that's fine. I guarantee you they can utilize those funds.
Well, I think what it means is it would,
So for example, Anahuac gets 12,000 from the city. So
Yes.
they get 88,000 from the county. That gives them $100,000. Cove gets roughly $35,000 from the city of Cove. So if we keep them at the 75,000, they still the same. But this was just a general idea, can be adjusted as much as you want based on the conversation we had. We have to figure out what that happy medium is also,
Okay,
because that's the problem you're gonna have. Cove has already addressed that. So why should we get less funding than the other departments when we're busier than everybody else?
and that's what I'm saying. If Cove is doing that many more calls, and which they probably are, put 100,000 in there for them. Because I guarantee you, they can utilize it on their funds and what they do. I have no issue with that.
So, and we can adjust that too. We'd have to make an adjustment to the budget request and come back and review it in another budget hearing if we have some.
No,
Me and Eric can work on that.
so basically,
I just need a
just
guideline.
increase the funding.
Anahuac, in 2022 got 65, you're proposing 88. Beach City, 65, you're proposing 75. Cove, 65, you're proposing 75. Hankemer, 65, you're proposing 100. City of Mont Bellevue, 65, you're proposing 65. Oak Island from 65 to 100. Smith Point from 65 to 100. Wallaceville from 65 to 100. And Winnie Stowe, 65, and stand flat at 65.
Yes.
Winnie Stoll and Mount Bellevue have the additional, Winnie Stoll has the ESD. I think they've got
Right.
roughly $800,000 in the bank right now for the fire department. And Mount Bellevue has the city funding. So I think at some point we need to cap off, and let's say it's your decision, but cap it off on, this is what you're gonna get, for.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
So that's
I
kind of what we did with those numbers.
thought you were gonna take.
No, we're not wanting to punish, take
No.
money away.
No,
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 sir.
not at all.
And to kind of appease Cove and Beach City, like I said, we had that $10,000 increase to where they got a little bit of money too, to kind of make it even across the board too. And so the cap at 100,000 was the most the department could get, was what I meant by that. So sorry if I was confusing.
You're good. You're talking fast, but you're good.
I even reminded myself to slow down, but that's a habit for me in case I didn't figure that out. So,
Anybody got any questions on that, Teron?
Can you add, Bill?
Kyle, no, leave.
is there any changes that y'all would recommend I make to this or to make an adjustment? Do we want to do it? Just this is a set amount across the board. I'm good either way. It doesn't matter.
We're good way it is.
Okay.
I just need to understand it better.
Sound good?
Yeah, no, it's fine. A couple of them won't be happy, but life goes on.
And then the next one in 91 was the capital purchase for myself, emergency management, fire marshal's office. The last line item in 91.
Now, saw that, because I know we took a tour of the
Yes, sir.
bus that was out here.
Yes, sir.
You're wanting to build something
So this
like that.
it'd be like that, but it's half of the size
Yeah.
and it's a multi-purpose vehicle, not just a specific ambulance like the one you saw.
Yeah.
So example, Friday, the big brush fire we had in Hankerman, we had multiple issues with
Yes.
rehab, multiple issues with the drone program because we couldn't get the batteries charged because there's no way to charge them unless you have a generator. They were overheating. So this is more of the county has the command trailer that stays out by communications. And it works great at static events because that's something we can set up at Rice Festival. We can set up at Gator Fest, YPS, because takes about an hour to set it up and get it set up to get it where it's running with all the communication stuff. This would be a turnkey vehicle where we can crank it up as soon as the call comes out and drive it out to the scene. Use it for rehab. During Hurricane Laura is another example. The commissioners weren't here. We had to go assist the Arboretum with evacuations. So we took 2 ambulances out of service that went to Uvalde, Texas to drop patients off. With something like this, we could literally load them all up in one one vehicle with one crew and manage those patients without taking those ambulances and those resources out of the county. So we also transported the hospice patients. We had 5 of them that we took to the rehab Mount Bellevue.
Yep.
That took 4 ambulance trips back and forth to Mount Bellevue to drop those patients off. We could literally do it in one shot and save resources and save time. And then with a vehicle like this, that also gives us access to deploy with the EMTF with the AMBUS component, command vehicle component, like we did with the EMS services during COVID and stuff. So there's the potential for us to get the revenue on the backside for working for the EMTF and doing those assignments across the state during different disasters as well. But currently, if we get a structure fire, for example, so ambulance, if not 2, and a supervisor are out of service for the extent of that event, because we have no way, we have to make sure we have medics there doing rehab. We have to make sure we have people there to do IV fluids, cooling, all that good stuff. Check if they're in a house fire, we check their CO levels, we check their blood gases, their SpO2 levels, maintain all that stuff to make sure that they're not going to have any medical problems on the back end. We've had several firefighters just because of heat that have passed out fighting these fires as well. So they're there. This gives us access, a large place to put 3 or 4 of them in, or when they do their switch outs every 15 or 20 minutes, those firefighters now have a cool spot to go in and relax, drink some water, cool off, and then recycle back out, which keeps them in the fight longer, for example. When we have our drone operations, which we've been using, I'm not sure where Ryan went to hide to, but our drone operations we've been doing with the fire marshal's office and with the emergency management. Anytime we have a house fire, we have these major accidents on the scene, we're taking these drones out to the scene. So what we're finding is that the batteries on the drone have to stay climate controlled. If they get too hot, they no longer work. So we're running into that problem, especially during the summer. And Friday, we sent you guys a video to live stream it, but we couldn't get it to work because none of the batteries would cool off fast enough. We would hold them in front of the AC vents to try and cool them off to launch the drones back out again, which is something we're finding out as we go as well. So this is something that be utilized by EMS, emergency management, fire marshal's office, and it can be utilized as a resource throughout the region as well as anywhere in the county as well. And because it's on a Freightliner front end or an international front end, you literally go in, you crank up the engine, you start the generators in the back and you drive it where you need to go and set it up. It takes 5 minutes to set up when it arrives on scene versus the command trailer. It takes about an hour to hour and a half to get set up after we tow it where it needs to go. So it's continued growth in the county and the continued things that we're doing. This is just a more beneficial route for us to utilize as a EMS emergency management. For disaster wise, like I said, for disaster wise, because we all know we're going to get that hurricane or that disaster again. So we get them all the time. This gives us access to load those patients up that are bed bound and transport when they need to go without taking multiple ambulances out of service and not having 911 coverage in the county, which has always been an issue in the past, even with Chambers County EMS. With us doing those long distance transports, stuff like that, we take resources out of the county. We could leave those ambulances here, send a crew of 2 or 3 down to Uvalde with 5 patients and leave all the ambulances in town.
Okay. All right, what you got next?
So on the 092 side,
Hold on, before we get off that,
yeah, go ahead.
just got a couple lingering questions there. So we have a mobile command trailer that's set up and ready to use. You have a project over to Old River Building. It's another command trailer. So I'm just wondering how we're utilizing the equipment we have now versus $650,000 for a new piece of equipment. So then where does that put them 2 pieces of equipment that we already have and we're paying to maintain?
So the one that I have was it's a rack, or basically it's ours if we want to utilize it, but it's a piece of, it belongs to Rack R. And we're basically just storing it for the time being until we decide what we're going to do with it. Those command trailers are, when they were all built, Ryan, 2005, 2006, I believe. They were all done through a project after.
05, 06. It was the
all
Homeland Security
after,
grant.
yeah, after Rita, they were all built after Rita. And at the time, they work out great. Because we could hook them up, take them where they need to go. They're not designed for mass casualty transport or anything like that. They're literally designed for maybe a rehab type situation or special events, things of that nature. As we've progressed over the last 10 to 15 years, these the newer version, the pictures and stuff that were in there, that's what everybody's going to get away from the trailers. Because with the trailer, you still gotta have a truck to pull it. Once you pull it there, then you gotta set it up. Well, to set it up, once you take it off the truck and take all that stuff out to stabilize it, everything else, if you ever set up a travel trailer, it can take you 15, 20 minutes just to get that part going. Then you got to get the generators going. Then you have to get the communication satellites and everything lifted up. Like our mobile command trailer that we have right now, all the lights and everything else that's on it, it literally takes us about an hour to set it up for Gator Fest or for Rice Festival or something like that. It's not designed for something to utilize during an emergency on scene, if that makes sense.
So if you got this command, if you got the truck or center mobile command, what would you do with the existing trailer?
For our existing trailer, we donate it to another EMS department that wants to utilize it for special events and things of that nature. Communications trailer, that's be a Ryan question, but my recommend would be take the equipment off of it and just surplus it, because we're not gonna need it.
Okay,
Something smaller like this would also, we feel it would be deployed and used a lot more often because of the difficulty in maneuvering and pulling the one. So we anticipate it being deployed probably frequently, I would say. I mean,
When we're gonna quit having disasters?
I don't know, but and setting records, that's hard. So.
okay. Any other questions for Ron on this particular item?
Yeah.
No? Okay. What we're moving to now, Ron?
092.
Service.
You'll have to, review all of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the all this stuff. It's going to be, this is,
What are we going down? Go down to
we're
contract.
going to 092.
Yeah.
Go back up to the
You gotta
top.
go back
all
there.
budget. And welfare, Chambers County EMS. Okay.
That's it. There you
Didn't pop up like I wanted it.
Let me know when you're ready for me to start.
It pops up expenditures and then health and welfare.
And drop right
And
below health
Chambers
and
County
welfare.
EMS.
There it is.
All right. Go ahead, Ron.
So the EMS budget, so just to kind of give you a little number, so all we're asking, we included the salary survey there for your review. So the salary survey that was done on a regional level with other governmental entities. So we excluded non-governmental entities. The salary survey was basically just other county, city, and ESDs throughout the region on what their salaries are currently for their paramedics and their EMTs and all the different levels you have in EMS. So when we started Chambers County EMS in 2020, we were a little bit ahead of everybody else. And then COVID hit. And one of the biggest issues and problems that we've had with COVID, besides all of the other stuff, is that hospitals realize that they can pull paramedics and EMTs to work in the ER to supplement their nursing shortages. And it started pulling medics off the street, and the medics were leaving because they can make that extra $10, $12 an hour. And because of that, everybody around us started increasing their rates to kind of entice those people a little bit more. So most of the services are at that static level, especially government OTs of 16 for an EMT basic. Currently, we're at 14. They're at 19 for an advanced EMT, which is a little bit higher level than basic. They can do intubations, IV skills, give additional medications and operate at a higher level. And paramedics are at 22. We're currently at 14, 16, and 20. So we're about $2 less than the average and medium of where everybody else is at, based on the salary survey that was conducted. When we put the budget together, and I want to say thank you to Aaron and Brooke and them I was out on FMLA and I came back on June 1st, and every time I made a phone call, they answered to help me with this. So I could learn how to do this in a short amount of time to get turned it in time. So the software was super easy once you figure out how to use it. And I think it's going to be beneficial to all of us in the future. But when I did it, the salary increases percentage wise for the paramedics, for the intermediate and advanced EMTs, the salary percentage increases was based on that $2 an hour pay rate, not necessarily the percentage rate, to get us to that hourly rate is what we base it off of. And that was not to include whatever the county had decided if they were doing a cost of living adjustment for everybody. So if you do a cost of living adjustment for 3%, we only want the 3% to make that 3% plus to make that $2 an hour, not 3% plus what's requested here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I already wrote down here different, but
Hey, you first one to
yeah,
answer that.
I'm gonna get my pen out real quick and scratch through this.
So, and like I said, go ahead.
Where we at on call volume? I might miss that.
So currently, so in 2019, Chambers County EMS, or at a time it was Anahuac and Trinity Bay, did a total of 1,500 calls in 2019. Currently, or last year in 2021, we did 2,697 calls for service. And currently, as of June 31st, because I haven't pulled the numbers from July, we're already at 1,572 calls for the year. So we're on pace to do over 3,000 calls this
Around
year.
3,000.
So our call volume is almost doubled in the last 2 years since the start of just Chambers County EMS. If you go back before that, like 2016 timeframe, it was literally like 500 calls for the year. So we have that continued anticipated growth in call volume. We're not asking for any other full-time employees. We're not asking for capital purchases. And we decreased our budget, even by asking for these pay raises, we're able to decrease our budget by almost 11% this year as well. So that's really all we're asking for, is to get our employees compensatory to everybody else. So in 2021 and 2022, we've had 6 employees leave to take other jobs because they can make more money. It cost me an average of $15,000 to $20,000 in salary and training expenses to train one medic to fill that slot. And we've had a turnover of 6 to 8 people in the last basically 12 months. We have 3, actually, we just hired 2 more that were going through training that just started yesterday, actually. So we're now back. We had another one leave and resign last week because he took another job where he can make $5 more an hour. So our salaries a little bit lower than everybody else. And if we can get it there, I think it's going to help with the retention and help keeping these employees and not going through the whole retraining phase that we have been lately. So when they're going through training, they're on the truck for 6 to 8 weeks, riding third out. So we're paying them to ride third out, and plus somebody else in overtime to cover the shift that they're not released to fill yet. So, and like the sheriff said earlier, for a shift rotation that we have, it's a 5-to-1 ratio. So it takes 5 full-time employees to cover that one shift. For us, it's 8 to 6. It's a little bit higher because we have 3 trucks staffed. So it's 3 to 2 for each truck. So that's why our overtime budget's a little bit high as well as their built-in overtime for their scheduled overtime as well.
Okay. Anybody got any questions for Ron on that?
No, not on that.
Not on that?
Silly attachments to open.
Mhm.
I'm right now.
We included the salary survey as well as the 5 years and all of that stuff that was asked for in the budget hearing as well. That was all included in the software.
I can't get the attachment open here, so where did you get the survey?
So what we did is it was myself, Casey from Huffman EMS, and Chief Reed from Cy-Fair Fire Department over in Cy-Fair. We sent it out to our listservs that we have for all the different regional EMS providers and fire departments in the region. And we did it as an anonymous survey. They filled out a form, and when the form was done, we basically downloaded an Excel spreadsheet and sorted it by calls. And basically, that's how we produced the salary survey. Because what we have found in EMS, especially in the last year, if I put, this is what I'm paying there, they're less likely to, if I put Chambers County EMS and then what our salary is, the chiefs are less likely to put that because we're all basically fighting for the same employees right now. So they don't want everybody to know exactly what their pay rates are. We all have ranges that we give people versus what the actual hourly rates are to alleviate us stealing from each other.
Okay,
basically.
let me ask you a question. Because you commented a while ago, I liked it because you were just asking for whatever percent we give if it's different, doesn't make up to $2, you're fine with that. But when these other organizations come back and do their budget and they give a cost of living raise, that's gonna put them above us again.
I think if
You
we
see what
can
I'm
get to
saying?
that happy medium, I honestly think if we get to that happy medium, it's gonna help with the retention side. Most of the exit surveys we've done for the people that have left, the ones that have chose to leave. we'll put it
Yeah,
that way.
but I'm just
The
saying.
ones we've done, it's all been the hourly rate because unfortunately, unlike me and Danny and some of the older employees that we have at Chambers County Mess that have been doing this for 20+ years, we usually don't look at the hourly rate. We don't look at the hourly rate.
You considered yourself old
Yes,
compared to us?
when it comes to the EMS side of things, I'm a dinosaur.
all
I'm just throwing that one out there. The younger generation, the 18 to the 25 generation, they see that hourly rate. They don't take into consideration the benefits that are included. To be honest with you, a full-time employee at Chambers County EMS, our full-time paramedic costs me $97,000 a year. When you add in all the benefits, the holiday, the vacations, and everything else is included in your package, it costs $97,000 a year for one full-time employee. But they don't see that. What they see is their $50,000 a year salary and their hourly rate. They don't see the extra potential that comes into it. So most of the services around us are at that same level. So even if they're 50 to 60 cents higher, with our call volume, the atmosphere that we have, the additional events they have, that's never been a complaint. The complaint is everybody else is making $2 or $3 an hour more than me, so I'm gonna leave and go work there. That's been the primary response on the exit surveys that we've had.
Okay, I'm just putting that out there, that if they do a cost of living raise or anything less, it could put them $2 above us again.
I mean, for example,
We'll give a cost of living rate.
No, what he was saying, he just wanted whatever made the $2. He didn't want the cost of living raise on top of it.
That's not what I heard.
no, that's what yes, sir. So
That is what you said?
yes, when we did this, it was to get
Okay.
that $2 an hour across the board
That's-
raise,
All right.
not $2 an hour plus whatever the county give on cost of living. And I didn't know since I didn't know what y'all were discussing or what y'all were doing, a set amount or an hour or percentage wise, because I didn't know, so I just put all of it in here to be safe.
It's just concerning to me that, I mean, with the market being the way it is in the medical field, that we need to be competitive.
My employees would not even complain if they got the percentage raise plus the cost of living raise, I promise you, so.
I don't think anybody would.
About 500 others.
Yeah. Okay.
They would not complain about that at all. And then everything else, we basically just adjusted numbers to get us down about 10% on the budget was the goal.
Okay. And anybody got any questions on that? No?
And then just a little bit of numbers to throw you at the very end that I forgot to talk about. So just kind of give you an idea. So since 2020, when Chambers County was established, we've stayed 18 to 20% under budget on an annual basis. We've never hit our entire budget amount. We stayed under that, and that's excluding our revenue that we bring in from insurance, Medicare, Medicaid. To date, we've already collected $1.3 million in revenue in the last 2.5 years. Right now, because my guys do such a great job on documentation, our cash per transport is averaging $637 an hour, which is $225 above the national average. We don't pay attention to percentages. If you want to see the percentage that I give them to you, because the percentages vary on a month to month depending on who has insurance and who doesn't. So that cash per transport is what matters. So we're projected to collect about 620,000 this year, and we were only estimated, I think, 300,000 is what we estimated, Aaron. And I'm already 50,000 over that just through July. So, we will continue to be frugal with county tax dollars and make sure we stay under budget and save the county as much money as possible.
Appreciate it. Is that all you have?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have anything for Ron on anything? Hang on a second.
Give me just 1 second.
Now, I know Commissioner Hammond and I have been involved with this here. I know we're transporting to San Jacinto, whatever it is, Baytown, or indigent out of the jail.
Yes, sir.
And that has been no issue, nothing.
It has not been an issue at all. I mean, you got some groaning initially from the medics because now they had to go all the way to Baytown instead of going right here to Bayside, but that's understandable. But they're seeing the benefits of it as well.
First quarter, how much did we save?
Roughly $140,000.
Yes. First quarter.
So,
Savings.
one of the other savings events too is that when we take them to San Jack, they have a tendency to get discharged from San Jack with the treatments and medications they need. And they would only end up going back within a couple hours to take them back to the hospital again. So it saved us on repeat shifts as well.
Commissioner Hammond, you hear me there?
No, they're good.
On your office supplies or under that line item,
Yes, sir.
the EPR supplies. What is that? You got an existing budget of 20,000, you're asking for a increase of 37. And I'm just curious what that,
Which line item are you talking about, Commissioner?
it's under, no, it's actually back on 091.
Okay,
And I,
This Kevin.
Huh?
Kevin, health department.
oh, they'll be coming in a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay. You have anything else, Commissioner?
Thank you for y'all's time.
Commissioner Hammond's still eating his cookies that IT voted.
I see that. I see it.
All right, thank y'all, and thank y'all for what you do. Hey, Ron, he's showing you something.
A pen?
No.
Red pencil,
No, yeah, hey,
Color is significant.
by the cookie.
wasn't me the first time I've seen that either, Commissioner. Thank you.
you. Who's, oh, wait, Mary Beth.
You threw you under the bus.
Who's next? Got services. They have their own staff.
No, they're under general, actually.
Man, I got to go there about 49 times. Yeah, I need. Can I do that every time? I do.
You close it, I do it, I do too. I ain't got it figured out yet.
There's a little deal up here in the middle you can get, I just. Yeah, I need some, yeah. Nah.
Okay, got it.
Well, I think I am. I'm trying to get back to the general, there it is.
Okay.
Come back here. It's not where to go to.
We're all gonna live, nurse, health, wellness, and we.
Yeah, and then there's maybe either just quicker to get you to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got back to
It's
here.
a lot more sure that way,
Right,
right?
I got back to here.
You're halfway there.
And it's under general, oh, health and well. And health department. Are we doing health department first?
That's good. That's fine.
That
Yeah,
fine with
there's health and wellness, health department, WIC and 091.
Okay.
So whichever one you want to do is good.
If you are all already in the general fund.
Health and wellness like it is in the budget. Okay, so it's health and wellness first.
So do y'all see?
Health and wellness first,
I think it's called nurse practitioner, but I think we're trying to change. the
Yes,
name of
nurse
that.
practitioner.
Yes, sir.
So that's
All
right.
right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Mhm.
And that's right,
Say in the general fund.
it's not here.
No, sorry, you'll have to go back. This is only one.
Okay. Nurse practitioner.
19. Sorry.
19.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up is 152. It's gonna be Mary Beth with everything health related.
Already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna start, first of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity and a big thank you to the auditor's office. I sent a million emails as well, phone calls, and I would get an email back from Aaron that says, I'm calling you or call me because it was too complicated. So I just wanted to say thank you. So we'll go through each of the departments. Most of the increases that I have in my budgetary requests are either salary related or they're due to just overall cost in general of supplies and medical supplies. I know that a lot of times our budgets depend on demand, whether it's an increase in demand in medications, supplies, testing, lab, anything like that. So we consistently, most of the time we're not under budget, especially with the Health and Wellness Center. But anytime if we have an increase, it just means that we're seeing more patients and then we'll come and request more money. But overall, for the health and wellness budget, I think that there was I'm requesting like a 2.7% increase or $5,900. And this is mostly due to contractual increase in malpractice premiums, dues and subscriptions. Our electronic medical record that we use is Amazing Charts. And the monthly cloud and the cost of that renewal service every year is increased. And then travel training. And that's just because we have, nurses and there's just ongoing training. And we just find that sometimes we kind of have a shortfall and being able to meet those. I was appointed to the TACHO, the Texas Association of City and County Health Officials. I was appointed to their executive leadership board. And so even though I go to those, I think every other month anyway, now I'll have to go a day early. So there's just a little increase cost in that, but which is good for Chambers County because we have a voice representing us the small health department. So that's pretty much all for health and wellness. We decreased the medication cost under health and wellness. That's typically injectables that we give, when someone comes in and is sick. And we just kind of try to follow that. So we were able to reduce that one by $5,000. I have wellness center numbers if y'all would like to hear those. I kind of did. I know we've had some discussions. Let me see if I've got so many papers. On the utilization of the Health and Wellness Center. So I'll just kind of throw those numbers out to you. We did like a 5-year perspective. We started in 2017. And that's whenever I was seeing patients full-time by myself. And then in addition to being an administrator over the department. So in 2017, total number of patients was 1,304. 2018, Linda Kuntz started part-time. I think she came 2 days a week and we saw 1,644. 2019, 1,701. And then in 2020, during the pandemic, it dropped down to 1,027. But Linda was also able to do virtual visits and they also did curbside visits. 2021, back up to 1,316. And then numbers have really gone up this year. And so today we already have 876 visits. So not only are those, the insurance is not billed for those visits to the clinic, but each employee saves a $20 copay. But again, I found out from Aaron, we were trying to look back and see, last year was discussed, you are going to add a part-time nurse practitioner. So the funding didn't get added to the budget last year. So, and it's just been crazy. I don't know that we would have had the time to onboard anybody anyway. So literally yesterday, Aaron and I talked about that and talked about the salary, about utilizing someone part-time 3 days a week, whether we utilize them at the clinic or we utilize them at the jail, something to ease the burden. Because you remember, we're sharing a nurse practice, and that was me before Linda, who, you're seeing patients at both places. The jail population has increased. The county employee population has increased, as has their number of dependents. And with the increase in county employees, everyone's trying to get their physicals, and plus you're trying to do sick visits and routine. So it does get kind of taxing. So that's not in this budget. It's in the 091 budget. So I can go back to that. But I did want to mention it. It is for the Health and Wellness Center as well as
because I remember last year
the
we
jail.
budgeted 50, I thought we budgeted 50,000 towards that, because we discussed it a couple of times.
Yeah, we put some.
I look back on my list, any kind of changes, which I have, but it was never on there, so I don't know if it was.
These numbers here, Mary Beth, that you showed, this doesn't include the jail.
Oh, no, this is just the
This is
clinic.
just the
This is just the
clinic.
clinic.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
And
I
it's,
want to make sure and point that out, that this is, it didn't include all the patients that you really see.
right. And this is probably just 4 days a week. You would have to dedicate one full day to the jail, at least. She goes one half of the day, but then there's probably another afternoon where you're just doing orders and things like that. And of course, that's 7 days a week. That doesn't stop anyway, the phone calls and things like that. And I know we have meetings to discuss that in the future, but I wanted to make sure that this was on here, that if we're going to budget for that, we need to go and do that.
Now, in the jail, and I'm gonna write this down because I don't remember, you don't throw out so many numbers, acronyms and whatever. Is an RN in the jail?
So yes, so
You
we
have
have
an
one
RN?
RN, and we have a position open currently for an LVN.
Okay, so that's the two in the jail.
Those are the two in the jail. And then we've requested, we used to have a jailer who was kind of dedicated to the medical office that would assist with passing medications, transports, filing, all the Tiger, all the billing, and that got taken out of the jail. So now that all that's kind of gone back on the nurses are doing all the billing and all that. So I've already talked to the sheriff, and he has somebody in there right now while we're kind of short-staffed in the jail medical.
Okay, I mean, it may not be the time to discuss it right now, but if we went to 7 days a week staffing at the jail, that would help take, with transports out.
Well,
Maybe.
that, if we did 24/7 nursing, of course, it's gonna help it's gonna help ease the burden on the nurses who are there 8 to 5 or 7 to 4, Monday through Friday, and the after hours calls that happen. As far as a jailer if the jailer's assigned to that, I mean, it will always help. And I don't know that they would do it 7 days a week. They would have somebody still probably 5 days a week. Because on the weekends, it's, you can kind of get caught up for the week. And that's what we have right now. We have a nurse coming in on Sundays, and she's setting up all the medications for the week to help, since again, we're short staffed in there. But that I know whenever we have a meeting on August the 8th, that whole cost analysis of, 24-hour staffing, 12-hour shifts, staggered shifts, we're all going to discuss that at that.
Okay.
meeting.
So if we went to 24-hour staffing, it would take what for one?
That's just what I was asking Mary Beth. I mean, it'd be 3 to 4. I would do 12-hour shift myself. I mean,
So it depends,
But still, you
it's,
couldn't work 7 days a week.
you'd have to have 4 people, 6 people.
yes, because, and two, it's again, with the whole nursing shortage right now, I think we would kind of have to tailor that to, offer it, 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7, or 7 to 7 shifts, depending on the availability of nurses, because I don't want to exclude a good nurse from working at the jail if it's just because of a timing, and we can hire another person who can just work, staggered.
If we can't get 2 people staffed, I don't know how we're gonna get by.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but we're looking at, we are looking at that. And as the jail grows and they're moving to, they're having the new jail, it's definitely something that, I think in 2007 that I think the jail had like 80 people in there, and there was almost 160 or so. So I know that that's doubled in the workload.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. So, what we moving to now? We're still in
I think the next one down is health department.
If we cover welfare and rehabilitation. Rehabilitation.
So there's
That's a different.
All right, guys.
Can I give them these? So are y'all ready for the health department?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on the health department, you'll see that I think that the budgetary increase is $129,000, about a 33% increase. There's several of those are salaries. And my math may be a little bit different than Aaron's is, but this is what I figure out, that all the numbers equaled up when I finish. So anyway, the majority of those are salaries. And this are, y'all asked me to come back to court to restructure the health department and bring those to budget hearing time. So that's what I'm bringing to you right now. So there's 3 positions for managers to restructure that, along with the pay increase for Dr. Brown. I mean, when he started here, he's our local health authority, but he also does the health and wellness center as well as the jail. And I don't know that he's ever gotten a pay increase for those additional duties that he does. And he's like us, he's on call pretty much all the time. And then I have on here, so like I said, the majority of those are salaries. I have 2 positions. One of them is a public health administrative assistant that's currently hired and is grant funded, and that ends next June. So I'm just asking to pay for the remainder of her salary and establish that as a position. I've included the job description.
Where's that? Is that on this list here on this page 20? assistant, salary assistant, step coordinator, receptionist, epidemiologist.
See ya.
That's for Deanna. That was for the public health administrative assistant. I think it's under, because that you are gonna see in that budget that it's a little confusing because I've asked to split those out. I've asked, instead of it saying salary, comma, assistants, and that includes nurses and secretary and everybody, I went through there and I broke it down by program so you could see it. So that's probably where my requests are. One of them says community health, one says communicable diseases. You just have to scroll on your computer. You just have to scroll down a little bit
I
more.
know one
Yeah.
that says salary assistant, it shows a 42%
Decrease.
decrease on.
Yeah. Because, huh?
Scroll down a little bit more.
Well, we're looking on the paper here.
It's, he says community health program.
So there's
What now?
community,
Let me get on the computer.
that's just admin. That's, I think you may have it as admin.
Where's that in? Salaries?
That's why I sent that email yesterday. When I was looking, it looked like a decrease. And I wanted to make sure that when it's got split out, that everybody was still included in that.
That would be under the coordinator.
So that's gonna be under either admin or assistant.
Yeah, I think it's our assistants.
Oh,
But there, it may show a decrease by that percentage because we moved some people out of there into another program.
Yeah, it does show a decrease.
Right.
Actually, a 42% decrease, almost 43.
See, I see health assistant, step coordinator, receptionist.
They were up, yeah.
Yeah, so,
I guess I don't see
yeah,
it.
she's in there.
So it's net 2 new positions. That's what.
Yes, sir. It's 2 new positions. And so both of those positions, the grant will roll off next summer. And both of those, one of them is a community health nurse. And I don't know if you've seen or watched or anything, what we're doing. We're doing great things in the community, partnering with different programs in the community. OmniPoint Health, we currently have a community health needs assessment that should be through in January. We just, and then so that's Michaela, and that position is, that's the what's called the health disparities grant. And what it's doing is just kind of connecting the people who are affected by any kind of disease, long-term chronic health condition, anything in our community, connecting them with the resources that they need and doing outreach, not just COVID. They initially did this money for COVID, but it's community health nurses, something that we've always struggled with because we don't have that person who can meet those needs in addition to immunizations and STD testing and, all of the other preparedness, all the other things that we do.
So the 2 new positions are what?
So it would be the public health administrative assistant, which
Okay.
is for in the public health department. And that is, I can't tell you how much of a time and when we're trying to restructure and reorganize, although the rest of those positions haven't gotten approved yet for me to restructure.
Public health coordinator.
Hiring
Public
that
health what?
administrative assistant,
Okay.
just hiring that through the grant, just hiring that position has made increased our communication by 1,000%. And so I know that moving forward with all the community health, communicable diseases, immunization in our FET program, that requires it's a dedicated administrative assistant or clerk.
Okay, and the second one was,
The second one is a community health nurse. And it's, where Michaela's a nurse, she's an RN and has her bachelor's degree. And we currently have a fellow that was given to us through DSHS who also works in that program. Hers ends in May and that's it. I mean, that's through DSHS, but we need to keep this community health ongoing because in order to, I don't know if y'all saw the county health rankings. I didn't bring the magazine, but Chambers County really was looking good in the county health rankings this last time. But we need to keep those relationships and partnerships up to be able to help connect people to care.
So make sure I understand this. I may be a little slow sometimes, but we've got a grant rolling off and these are 2 grant funded positions. So you're looking at rolling them over to non-grant funded.
Correct. To establish those positions, and that's what I said, but we have the funding to pay for them for half of the year. But I still would like to establish the position. So next year at budget hearing time, I don't have to say, hey, we're coming to y'all in June and say, let me have this position. I wanted to go ahead and do that now because I've been there, done that. And I don't want to do it again.
So how many grants do we anticipate to be rolling off in the
So
And I'm sorry, my battery's going dead. I got-
it's okay. So that's the sheet that I passed out here, the one that I just gave you. This is a breakdown of all the grants that we currently have. And took me away. So you'll see, if you go all the way, that's the grant totals on the far left, and then I've broken it down, how much, the grant funding we're getting for, personnel and fringe, equipment, supplies, contractual. And then the end date, and if we have a match and if we don't have a match, and none of the new grants that we got over the past 2 years have a match. Our only grants that have matches are our hazards grant, which is an ongoing grant, and then our CRI, which is a city's readiness initiative grant. It's because we touch Harris County. Both of those have a 10% match, but we match them with our salaries and equipment. So the majority of these are getting extended to 2024, but the caveat to that is that they're not adding any funding to them. We just have more time to spend the money. So in a category where I've got personnel, I've allotted that for that, 2-year period of time. They pay, say, for example, Michaela's in this health disparities grant. That total grant funding was $365,000. Well, personnel and fringe was $287,000 of that. But we would have the remainder till 2024 to spend the $1,500, $25,000. I mean, so. And right now, and I think I put it in my letter to the court, right now, the whole public health department is the grants are funding 91% of it and the county's funding 9%. And then when you move forward, with the proposed increases in the health department budget, the county, it would only increase by 1%. So then the county would be funding 10% and the grants 90%. And this is for the next, and I get it when the grant rolls off, well, how are we going to pick up that whole thing? Well, we're not going to have to pick up everything. It will have increased our infrastructure, remodeling of buildings, new buildings, all of our new software, supplies, our equipment, everything to go in the warehouse. And it's beefed up our workforce, which is the goal anyway, for them to give us a short-term investment and give the county's long-term responsibility. And just to kind of give you some history, and after 9/11, they did the exact same thing. They made all this hazard grant funding available to all the local jurisdictions to help them because they knew we were underprepared. There was many gaps. And so after COVID, I think they said the same thing. We're scrambling for people. We don't, the response is lacking. We need to increase our preparedness, which is why they've identified these dollars. And I get it that they're tax dollars as well, but that's what they've set aside. So, if the county, if we can help ease the burden off the county, then that's what we would like to be able to do, which is what we've done. I mean, that's a lot of almost $8.4 million in grant funding for us through 2024 is incredible, I think.
Most of the time when you get a grant like this that you hire an employee with, I mean, when they roll off, and most of the time we pick them up, there's no way of going back later and picking up another grant and pay their salary later. I mean, I'd hate to have to, every time we get a grant, have to tie an employee to it. Then down the road, we have to pick them up.
That's been a concern all along.
Right. So with that being said, there are other funding opportunities, but it's not like they tell us way in advance. All of a sudden the feds identify dollars, they make it available to the state, and then the state says, okay, we have to give you 40% of this, so now you need to apply, which is typically what we do. But the other thought process behind that is that just because the grant ends and that employee is there, it doesn't mean that work is still not needed. What it means is when they're not there, that we're, which is why we were underprepared and unable to mitigate or respond in a timely manner. I mean, and everybody wants to tie it back to COVID. We don't want you to tie it back to COVID. I don't want anybody to tie anything back to COVID. This is what it's the county's responsibility to offer all these public health services, and we can only do it staff. Will I keep, when the rest of the grants roll off, will I keep all the other employees? Not if they're not identified as a FTE for me that I know that is needs to be utilized in our department.
Okay. Anybody got any questions for Mary Beth on anything?
So there's some new programs in there. It looks like they hadn't been funded in the past or budgeted in the past. The community health program, which is 84,800. Is that Michaela's?
That's
Position.
Michaela's. So it will be a new position. If y'all budget for that, that will be a new position. Before, it's not like we're adding a new program. This is what we were doing before, but now as we've grown and the population's grown, we've identified. I'm trying to separate those out, which is why I've been working on this reorganization plan since about last November, and it's been to court several times, and y'all asked me to bring it to budget hearings, so here I am. It is a new one. The communicable diseases is not a new one. That's our EPI program. Our immunization program is not new. It's just that I'm trying to break them out so I can identify staff and I can see return on investment for employees and the amount of work that they do. Lumping everyone in together and just saying everyone has the same job description, just it doesn't work anymore.
The communicable disease program, that would be a new one, a supervisor position?
So those are the ones I'd asked for. So the communicable disease program has 2 EPI investigators and currently 4 data management positions in there. But so my goal, if y'all remember, is to promote from within and have a manager over each of those departments. One of the huge failures that we had locally as well as state, regionally and statewide was a communication barrier, lack of communication, and just not enough time. So someone needs to manage those programs to make sure that every avenue of what the county is responsible for is being met. So there's people who are currently in those programs, like immunization is currently Shalonda does immunizations. I have a COVID nurse, Shelby. Ashley's part of the immunization program, but she also does public health. I'm just trying to separate those out so it's not just an umbrella job description anymore. And they have somebody to answer to. I can't have me and then 28 employees.
Yeah, I understand that. For data managers, what do they do?
So data management.
Data management.
Well, basically evaluating.
I mean, is that the only,
Data
you
entry,
just have
and
4?
those are great. No, I'm not asking for
No,
one.
do you just have 4?
I have 4, but I can tell you that at any given time, people all throughout the office have to work on that. It's, of course, this huge data just influx with COVID, and all those numbers are required from the county for DSHS as well as the CDC. But it's not just that. So we're doing a backlog as well as new, but it's not, they're primarily focused on, I would say, COVID data entry going back all this time, but they also help with the immunization program and then the remainder of communicable diseases, any kind of infectious disease in the county that we have to monitor.
Okay.
And we like to operate behind the scenes, and y'all not have to see or hear from us, but COVID kind of pushed everybody out there in the forefront.
Well, that and that other disease, whatever it is,
Yeah.
coming apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheetahpox.
Monkeypox. Was it coming?
Cheetahpox. Monkeypox.
The rest of that, I'm going to say is majority of it is for travel training, increased staff, travel training, and all of that we utilize grant funds first. But if something rolls off, we need to make sure that I have that funding. But, we have data loggers that control all our refrigerators and freezers. They all require maintenance and support. We are decreasing the prescription medication. That's a prescription voucher program, and that's just historically been underutilized the past several years. We're just decreasing the amount, and if that goes back up in the demand for those again, then I'll come ask next year. And then the immunization, the increase of cost for flu vaccine, that's just across the board. All medications are expensive right now.
I want to thank you for working with Ryan and us on getting a procedure in place for our pharmacies that
You're welcome.
we've been needing it for a
Hopefully
long
we'll
time.
push that on through and we'll get, because it seems like during, I know Ike and then Harvey and Imelda, it seemed like we had this ongoing. Yeah,
Well, thank you for that.
you're welcome.
Okay, does anybody else got any questions from Rebecca on any of that?
I was just going to tell you what you're asking Commissioner Combs about the current employees. So there's 28 total, including myself and Dr. Brown. 3 are part-time. 2 of those are actually high school, college that they are doing data and data management too, as well as some program work. And 1 fellow that's provided by the state, 8 grant employees, and 16 regular employees.
So
So,
after this, there'll be 18 regular employees and 6 grant employees.
yes, sir. I would, that would be my, and then, so then the next budget cycle, again, I'll sit down and talk with my liaison as well as, review numbers and utilization, and then if I feel like I need to bring that to court, I will. In the future, all the data management, we know we're not going to need that in the future. We will need ongoing data support, but it's not going to be for positions.
What was the one from the state you said?
It's a fellowship in the community health program. That's extremely important to connect people to care. So we don't have these just lingering, ongoing medical high cost problems, as well as just access to healthcare. So it's kind of helping us partner those.
That was actually an intern, right?
So we have yes, sir, the state provided us. We got an additional $75,000 and they've sent her here with us and she's amazing. She's got a bachelor's degree in public health. So yes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a breakdown of the employees.
Okay.
So next is, I think WIC, I don't know what number it is, but that's only a couple of salary just increases. Angie, I've submit all these job descriptions you should have, and I know that I've submitted them before. But we have the smallest WIC department in the state, as well as how the office is staffed. Anita is doing two positions right now. And I'm just asking for a salary increase for both of those. And I have included the job descriptions both for what Anita is doing.
Angie does a great job.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Both of them do.
We're gonna be in trouble. And just to let you know, I did ask her to do an evaluation of, monthly, quarterly, and yearly, so we can see about how much they're pulling back in from WIC. And if it's worth asking for another employee just because of the volume they're seeing. I mean, they see, and with inflation going up, there's driving more people to the WIC office. They've increased the benefits. So it's just, they have to come in every single time to get increased benefits. So that for the WIC department, that's all it was. Angie was, the rest of her budget was fine. And I think that was $4,500 for those. And then I've got health services.
No, I'm all there.
I think.
Yeah, I don't want to put it here.
I think, oh, it's not. I don't see it.
Salary increases on your salary request. Very much.
Oh, we didn't see it, huh?
I think I spend more time looking for stuff in here than I do looking at it.
The next one is just 091.
Yeah.
And
We have to go back up. Apparently.
Back to your budget.
Before we there.
we were there a while ago, we're back again.
091.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna play it old fashioned.
That's what I did on most of mine too. I have mine like this in addition to what we did online, but I really did like the new system.
What page is it? Page 1 in the very next to the back tab. There's page 1 of. I think there's a couple of words here. That's the one that she gave us a little while ago. Yeah, it's got it a little while ago.
Okay, whenever you're ready. Mary.
Okay, so on the 091, you'll see that the majority of the requests, I'm gonna let Kevin talk about. And then I just have the part-time nurse practitioner, which we've already discussed. And I don't know, Aaron, if that got added in there yesterday or if it's just.
It hasn't, but we'll get.
You'll put it in there, okay. And then the jail nurse stipend, I wanted to make sure that rolled over into there, so I added that for both the jail nurses. I wanted to classify Kayla on the pay scale. She's just unclassified, and I think the last time she got a raise, it was for certificate pay for becoming a jailer too. So I just want to get her on the pay scale. And then I'd asked for a pay increase for one of our other jail nurses, but she's not here. So the rest of them are just requests at 091 for preparedness, and I'll turn it over to Kevin. You have any questions of him?
This was a sheet that was laid on the table earlier. I just stuck it in here. Another old one. Investigated. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Brady, you are, Kevin.
So, for this particular, this is some 091 funds that we're requesting for preparedness. Most of these, some of the top one, the trailer, of course, is what we saw during COVID. This has probably been an ongoing thing for a couple of years. I've been trying to get this trailer, but just never got around to it. But hopefully,
Sound like we're wanting to get rid of the trailer.
you can get rid of a trailer. Is it an enclosed trailer? Oh, that one, that thing's too big.
Yeah,
I know that one.
Well, Ron was wanting a van and we had a trailer we might get rid of.
Trailer too big, trailer too little.
Oh, too
Yeah.
big?
Yeah, I know which one, the command trailer is too big for me. I can barely drive that truck half the time. Okay, so especially some trailer attached to it. But so this one would be to carry our pod supplies around. I've been looking for this for probably the last 3 years, but I just never got around to it.
You know,
And
I
most-
don't see the trailer on this list in there.
On the sheet, you can supply, but we'd have to go with the attachment.
That's what Ron was saying. That's theirs, it was ours. I think there's in total is,
37,000.
Okay, that's that supplies that I was asking about a while ago. That's a trailer. Boy, is it disguised.
Yeah, there's other stuff.
other thing.
There's probably should be other things on it. It's
All right.
broken down on my sheet.
Oh, 37.
All right, trailer plus.
And the other things on here are for, actually, it's kind of a backup for our shelters. So I know Ryan working with Phoenix to do shelter operations, but I also put it in our, want to be able to do shelter operations and have badges and for people to be screened in, and they would have their own electronic kind of either wristbands is what we kind of used before when we put them on a bus and we sent them out of town, but we didn't have the system at that time to electronically upload them to TDM. So they came and did a little program for us for an app to put on our phone, but I wanted our own software too and our own kind of badging system. So right now we can work with, I think it's PRG, if I'm not mistaken, with Ron. We've been working with that group to get their system, this current IAP software that we have, to see if it can actually hold these shelter participants or shelter occupants when we scan them in. So that way we have a running roster of who's actually in the shelter. And they would check them in. Excellent
idea.
I appreciate it. And so-
If you've never assisted with a shelter, that's a great idea, because I'm telling you now, it's a handful to run a shelter.
It is. And one of the problems we've had over the years, even before I came to Chambers County, when I was with DSHS, is getting the shelter numbers from American Red Cross. It's always a problem. And then knowing how the shelter occupants and how it was always on paper. And then they would have to fax that over to us at the region. And it just became too much. So I was like, we might as well simplify the process for us here and work with this company, this IAP software company that seems to have their stuff together, and see if we can actually incorporate this idea together. So it's a badging. Number one, it's just a badge printer, and then it's a badge, or we can do the wristband where they scan the wristband of that patient or let's not say patient or shelter occupant. And when they come in and when they go out, so that way we have a running total of those people. And actually we could probably put some more information in there too, whether or not this all attaches also to the pharmaceuticals and the pharmacy agreement and all that kind of, it's a whole bunch that we can expand on, but I think this is a great start for us. And one thing I want to do is I don't want to necessarily always depend on American Red Cross or on Phoenix. I want to depend on us first, because we're going to be the first ones probably that would be there. and then getting everything set up, and then we can move on from there, because I'm not even sure what kind of system that they have.
So make sure I understand, the system that you're talking about putting in is for tracking people in a shelter.
Correct.
When they come in, we will get their identification, we'll put an armband on them, and we'll scan them in, and they're in the system. So if we bust them out, or if they go somewhere else, is the interface with Tatum or somewhere else so that they can track that people,
Yes,
person on beyond, or?
so that's another. Yeah, you can.
So I sit on the GTAC Disaster Response Committee, which is the Governor's Trauma Advisory Council for the entire state. And this is something that we've been doing since Harvey and working on. So they actually have a wristband project, which we'll have the wristband probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That we initiated through the GTAC committee. Wristbands have their own QR code with an identification number. The initial response is to utilize it for like mass casualty incidents and track patients in the hospital. But now it's shifted to what Kevin's talking about. So we'll already have access to the wristbands. I agree with Kevin. We need a software that allows us to track that, and the IP software we're using is helping us to try and build that out. Because there's not currently there's softwares that do it, but there's not currently one that does it the way that we're picturing, if that makes sense.
So you have to have a tablet or a computer plus a scanner.
So I've already purchased the computers through the grant, through one of my grants. The computers have already been purchased, one for each shelter, the 3 shelters that we have in the county. So this is not even really the software side. This is more of the hardware side of it. We need the wristbands, the badges, the scanners, and the printer. And then we're going to work with TRG to get that interface with their current software that we currently use for IAP. And see if we can get this shelter list more, just say we can get a shelter list, because I mean, these shelter things has always been our hands. There's not a list of who's there and who's coming in, who's going out and all that. And so it gets kind of sketchy at times. Well, then it's really a resource.
Can I comment?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, folks, just quick notice that emergency management and disaster recovery all endorsed this. We just deferred to Kevin as to where it was going to be put in the budget. So we're absolutely on board with this. It's essential. And as he said, one of the biggest problems that we've had, every single disaster is trying to get any data on our shelter operations from the Red Cross. They are very, very, very concerned about privacy of the people in those shelters, to the point that they don't share any information with us at all. We're not interested in personally identifiable information, but we have to have some basic data on who's in the shelter at any given period of time, both for you all to keep you informed, but also to keep the state and FEMA informed as to how our sheltering operation is going. That's what this will enable us to do. Thank you.
Anybody else? No.
Yeah. Spread the numbers. I don't know.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Let me see. Okay, what else on here? Now you will see some big ticket items on here as far as domain names are concerned. And we currently changed our domain name, or we acquired this ccph.org already. We've already acquired it. It's on here. The other ones, and that's to point people to our web page on the county website. We want to try to next year, sometime working with IT, to have our own site. And this is a collaborative effort with us and NACCHO, because we're trying to get, and I've been talking about this for years, but public health project ready. And this is one of the things that we need to have, is our site built out for public health itself. We've got the logo, the new logo you've seen. Now, if we have the ccph.org, it just went live yesterday. So if you type it in the browser, it'll go to our section of the web page. And then later on with IT, we're gonna do a subdomain off of that, the county's domain name, and have our own section, our own site itself. These other names, it's a bit expensive, but these .coms and .net allows other people, I guess Derek may be able to explain that better than I can, because it doesn't allow for other people to clone our sites and stuff like that. So if you grab that ccph.org, it's like grabbing land. I say, hey, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, and nobody else can come through and confuse it with something else or try to look for us and they say ccph.com and it goes to somewhere else. We want it to go, all the traffic to go to our site at ccph.org. It'll just be all health department.
All right. Huh? That's all you got?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Anybody got any questions for Kevin on anything?
I don't think so.
You good?
Oh, yeah, so Derek, when we point out that is a recurring expense, it's a one-time expense.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't think anybody has any questions for you.
I got one question for this track. I don't know who it's for, maybe Ron. On this sheet right here for sales tax, it has Winnie Stowell EMS from 750,000 up to 1.1.
Well, that's the, that's the.
That's like air-
Is that the cost of the ambulance in there? Okay.
$300 and some thousand.
What you got, Mary Beth?
That's it. That's all I have. I just wanted to say, when we request these funds out of health services, I mean, the good bit of salaries out of the Health and Wellness Center, some of our public health, I think all of us, because we're health, we've historically have utilized funds out of health services. But I don't want you to look at this request out of health services and go, well, God, you just told us you had $8 million. Why can't you purchase those things? And I've said it time and time again, it's not a blank check. When we apply, we have to identify certain things. And as we kind of go on, we try to shift funds or we're not going to utilize them. I'm going to say, for example, we've got some employee positions that we're not going to fill through the grant. So we don't have to do exactly what you talked about. Come ask court later to bring them on. We can shift some of our money around to pay for some things, but some things don't fit the grant's mission and statement of work, which is why we have to ask for separately.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions?
But I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
This will be under general government.
Okay, who's next?
The cookie guy.
IT.
Cookie guy.
Need a break?
Yeah.
Let's take a 5 minutes, 2:35. We'll come back at 2. Okay, Chambers County Commissioner Court budget hearing come back to order at 2:43 after a short break. Next up is technology. And they did bring cookies this morning.
All right, so what page are you got?
Do y'all like data processing or
They are.
what do y'all?
Oh, 2-4.
Look at
2
that.
and 4.
They got 3 pages.
Up front and center. What I'm wondering. Holy moly, it is not just a sheriff department. No wonder they brought cookies.
Man, I didn't see that on your hand this morning.
Yeah, but the SO got all their money, so it didn't do me good. We appreciate the cookies though.
They were good. Okay.
Did you order a new battery in here?
We can.
Okay, all right, Derek, you're up.
Okay, I'll start out by saying it's not as bad as it looks that outside of, ClearGov, I really dove into the budget, went to excruciating detail. I think the auditor's office can back me on that to just break everything down very granularly, so that it's crystal clear going forward, but it may be a little confusing this year. There's no way I can probably go into detail on all this here, but I'd be happy to sit down with any of you in person and we can go into excruciating detail line by line if you like. I'll start with really the items I think that make up the total increase in the budget. Because like a lot of this stuff existed already, I just itemized it so it would be in ClearGov going forward. And if we have to adjust it by say 5%, you know, for 2024, a certain line, like I said, it's crystal clear. We can see it, it's easy to see from this point forward. So there's about $85,000 that's non-recurring that's being asked for. One of those items is in capital, $20,000 to add access control to the Mont Bellevue Library. And that's to put their doors on a time controlled lock and then also add badge access for the building. And we'd like to start doing that at, you know, a building or two a year, so we can get access control throughout
Why
the
is it
county.
coming out of IT and not building?
I mean, I'm just asking for
I'm
it.
just curious.
It doesn't necessarily matter to me where it comes from, but I guess I'm requesting it because we typically handle it and manage it. And then,
Is that your capital line item?
yes, that's the 20,000.
All the way to him.
It's on the 3rd page.
So there was a little bit of
Wow.
confusion, I think, on my capital. If you remember, Haley, I think there was like a weird number in there that I didn't put.
Yeah,
But-
because this is showing a decrease.
From 31 to 20.
So we had 31,020 for 2022 for a vehicle that early this year we sent the PO for, and it's nowhere to be seen. So I think we were going to carry over the 31,000. That's from 2022. And then what I asked for capital for this year was that 20,000 to do the library.
So it'd be 20,000 plus the carryover.
Yes, sir. Unless it comes in
Yeah,
this year, then obviously we won't need the 31 next year.
okay.
What was your description for the library?
Add access control. So the other pieces of the non-recurring purchases, the increases. I'll also point out the majority of the things I'm asking for aren't for me. They're for all the rest of the county employees, but we budget for them. First is more software licenses for Power PDF. We've got a mixture of products right now that we've been kind of in between
transitioning from one product to the next, and we want to complete that. So that's $24,000 for 240 additional licenses. And once that's paid, all that we would need going forward is if we hire additional staff, buy new computers, obviously we'll have to adjust this year by year to accommodate for that. And that'll be the same for the next couple items. User cows of $4,000. And if you want to stay on track, I believe I have all this under the technology expense. And capital gov, clear gov.
I was looking over here, cell phone allowance, it goes up 68%.
Yeah, so I don't know when the last time that cell phone allowance, and I was gonna come back to that, we can handle that now. I don't know when the last time that's been updated, but obviously there's additional people in the office, and I'm trying to adjust that to accommodate that.
Okay, all of your employees have cell phone allowances?
Right now, they don't, but this would allow for the current staff to.
All of them are on call.
I mean, yeah. all
They
of-
they will, yes.
And are you asking for one new employee?
I have two on there.
Two?
Who's your IT assistant?
Gabriel.
Systems administrator and systems manager. Yeah, what's? I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I was just wondering who the IT assistant was. Yeah,
Pretty good raise too.
You want me to touch on that now?
Which one?
On Gabe?
Yeah, you and I discussed that. Go ahead.
Okay. Gabriel, he's responsible for a lot. He does a great job. And I'm honestly at kind of a crossroads right now. He's moving to Pearland. And not only do I want to keep him, I need to keep him. I don't think we're in any position right now with all the projects and fires and things on the horizon to start over. So this isn't so much of a
That ain't gonna cover his fuel.
but yeah, I mean, whatever I can do to keep him.
So that's putting him as full-time?
He's already
He's already
full-time.
full-time?
He's already full-time.
Yeah, he's already full-time. But I know that if I can't get something, it's just not gonna make sense for him to stay here, and I can't go backwards.
tell him don't move.
It's too late.
I think that's what he's trying to tell him.
Yeah,
So that's a $6,300.
his significant other got a job in Pearland making pretty decent money, so they're gonna migrate that way.
Split the difference. Move halfway.
I wish. So that's also part of, like I said, I was gonna touch on just what makes up the overall increase. So it's those non-recurring purchases and really the new positions I'm asking for.
And then you're cutting out some part-time, yeah?
Yes, we've never used it, so I mean, it's just fluff right now.
Okay, back up here on your, before we get away from your two new requests, systems analysis for courts.
So the system analyst for the courts, that's really to hyper focus on the judicial software, Odyssey. I don't have anybody in my department that is dedicated to that. It's the biggest software package we use. I'd really like to get somebody in there that can be knee deep in it. I mean, as y'all know, the departments that use that software, they're in it day in and day out. And we do manage it from our office, but I want somebody that's really ingrained and oversees the product and can give the county support and oversee just, projects related to that.
Systems manager.
And I would point, this is just one position. I hate to always go back to Galveston since Austin came in there, but he was one of many that only supported Odyssey. That's all he did. The other one is this is just an abbreviated position title, but systems manager. We have over 500 computers, over 50 tablets. I need somebody dedicated because it's not a spare time duty to keep up with keeping the images updated and actually image the machines and get them ready for rollout. It's not a part-time duty or something that somebody can do in their spare time. I need somebody that can oversee that and handle that.
You have a preference? I'm not saying what we're gonna do or what we can do. I mean, do you have a preference, one or the other, or does it matter? You trained?
I don't. I feel like I'm still trying to make up a gap. So last year, what I included in my budget, there was a survey of it was cities, not counties, but the ratio between IT staff to total staff. And even adding these two positions, I'm still below the median on that. But I mean, if you back me against the wall, I would probably pick the systems manager because I know there's just nobody there to handle that now. And if you start talking about justice centers and things like that, I mean, it's just, there's no way that we can keep up with that when that starts
With the
happening.
staff you have now, and if the two additional, that's gonna be enough to take care of the Justice Center or run lean on the Justice Center?
It would be lean.
So how many people do you have now? 4.
I did bring, because I forget, I don't think I put it in the ClearGov, but I did bring my current chart and I was gonna give it to you.
Okay.
What happened to your finger, if I may ask?
Got the same
Got it.
public record.
Got it in the way.
Oh, okay. I get it now. You don't have to say nothing now.
Yeah, yeah.
Keyboard bit back in.
So, I didn't catch all that. What would the systems manager do?
So I do have an example job description laid out, but the primary focus would be maintaining and updating the images that we roll out to like mobile devices and laptops, computers, MDTs, all those, and actually image them. So, I mean, we get requests literally on a daily basis for new computers or moving computers around, whatever it is. And those all have to be imaged at the initial process before they're rolled out. So we've really slowed down on renewing computers just because the workload that it is. I mean, you order, 100 or 200 machines at a time. They're just going to sit there too long. It doesn't make sense. But if we can get somebody to focus on that, I mean, it would be a lot easier to absorb.
How do you do it now?
It's just kind of a shared responsibility. And so before there was 2 big computer orders made a year. The problem was by the time the next set came in, the first one wasn't done being rolled out, but it's just because we were on a standard rotation. So last year we stopped that. We've been doing it just on a more of an as needed basis. And we have been doing like more repairs ourselves so we can make the ones we have last longer. But inevitably we're going to have to start rotating these out again. They're not going to last forever. And I'd like us to get where we're doing at least a little bit of a rotation, but not as big. But I mean, we just can't keep up with it right now. Like I said, we're just sharing the responsibility between, even I still do it some, but Gabe, myself, and Andrew.
So you have 8 plus you right now?
Yes, yes, sir. I think based on that survey, it was right between 13 and 14 at the median. Like I said, that was probably 6 years ago, so I assume it would probably be higher now. That'd be my guess.
I don't think it's shrunk any.
Do what?
I said, I don't think it's shrunk any.
My guess would be no. You have any more questions on that? You want me to keep going? Okay, so back to the non-recurring purchases. So the new positions and non-recurring purchases, I'm pretty sure that makes up the overall increase in the budget alone. And those non-recurring purchases, like I said, are under technology expense. One of them is user cows for $4,000. So every user we have that logs into our system, we have to have a user cow for. And so I have 75 on there. That's really to make up on a shortage we already have, and then also put some in for, I'm assuming there's going to be new positions next, for 2023. We have the one line Windows Enterprise for $11,000. That's for 40 additional Windows Enterprise licenses. So every computer we image has to have an enterprise license. And this is for 40 additional to get us where we're back in compliance. What we use, we have to pay for. The last one, if there's a, I guess something that's the lowest priority, but that we are asking for as a body worn system, $9,500. That it's somewhat of a hybrid, but it won't recur until the end of September 2026. So that's the system the sheriff's office uses. It's basically a we call it like security as a service. So the body worn that they use, we don't own the equipment. You pay a subscription fee. You get the equipment, it breaks, you send it back to send you a new one, and it's basically a pay to use. That would be to get Austin one of those. When we first rolled it out, it was pretty rough because there were issues we were having that we were thinking they were network related, but we didn't have a way to test anything. So we're kind of at the mercy of the deputies being available to come on their schedule and it being one that's having the issue. And what took 2 months to fix, it could have took Austin 2 days if we would have had a system to test with. And that's just one example. So on the last system we had, Coban, we eventually got one from the sheriff's office they weren't using. But that was a purchased equipment. So that, like I said, this is subscription. They're only going to pay for what they need. And so we're asking for one additional setup for Austin to have. So the rest of what I have on here, I'll touch on them briefly. Said the previous things, what makes up the overall increase, because there were things that we got rid of and took off, like, we reduced the Tyler technology account and several other items, but what still exists on there as far as our requests. One is AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. That's for $2,500 for cloud storage. We currently have our offline backups on tape, and we want to move as many of those as we can to the cloud. And that's what that's for. Increasing the money that we pay for endpoint protection, which basically includes the antivirus we put on the computers, $2,600. And that includes upping the count, the number that we have, because we have more computers now, and also changing the product that we use. On the line item fresh service, that's a $4,000 increase or change. And that's because when we initially budgeted that's what we use for our help desk software. So all the tickets that we get input, asset management, solution articles, all that's kept in there. When we originally budgeted for that, it was for, like 5 people. And obviously we've got more than that now.
Do y'all want him to go over each one of these?
I don't have to.
That's what I'm saying, man. Do y'all want him to? Are you good?
I'm good.
Tommy?
I don't know what any of them are anyway.
As like I said.
We can skip on down.
Okay.
I've
After
heard
this,
1 or 2 of them.
I'm happy to sit down with y'all. If y'all want to see it in excruciating detail, but it probably doesn't
You
make
gotta
sense
remember,
in
we've
this
been
day.
here all day.
I got you. Really the only 2 big, I'll just hit the other 2 big changes. Software assurance. There's several items under there. We have to keep that in order to keep our products up to date. It's basically just software maintenance. And then I made a new line and moved, like I said, there's a lot of moving parts in my budget this year. But made a new line, if you see it there, called Microsoft 365. So that's everything Office 365 related moving into there. Just so it's easier to track and easier to keep up with and more clear going forward. But additionally, so there's a up count in user licenses and also stepping the package up. So the reason we're doing that is just to simplify the licensing that we use rather than having 20 different things for each employee we buy. Maybe we get it down to 15, and that's bundling, several items together that are paid separately.
Okay.
Is there any particular items you'll have?
Any
Questions
questions
on?
or anything? Aaron?
Did you happen to get that, contract software, is this in here or?
That's at the end, kind of a, yeah, surprise. Hey.
No, that's something we desperately need, though. I mean, we have contracts that
I'm gonna hold it hostage.
that lay dormant forever, and I know we need to renew them or look at them or do
Yeah.
something, and I mean, that would be great for everybody.
Yeah, that would help us on leases and software, like for the new Yahoo roles. Having access to that.
How much cheaper is Kofax than Adobe?
When we first started switching, I would say it was probably about half price. And another reason we did that is, I won't say all users, but I would say a good portion of our users, I mean, the use is, they've maybe used 20% of its ability. So, I mean, in my opinion, it made sense to save money. I'm not against Adobe product, but it is more expensive.
Just wondering. I personally like Adobe better, but I got used to the Kovacs.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else got anything for Derek? Nope. Okay. I guess
Okay.
that's it, brother.
So let me hit y'all with the last thing here.
Come on.
This is the contract management software.
We need,
So myself and Chris did several demos. They're all within probably $1,000 of each other as far as cost. I'm not asked for this in my budget. I don't know if it needs to go to non-departmental or wherever it needs to go, but I'll provide y'all with a copy of the quote. And if we get it this year, at least so we can make sure that it's appropriately budgeted for next year.
okay, and that'll handle all the contracts we got and all of them coming forward, and
Yes.
it'll pop up when they're renew, and we'll put everything in there.
Yep, you can, if you want to go in and search for, let's say, all contracts for this department over $50,000 within this year range, you can sort like that, or you can see them all, however you want to do it.
Okay.
We're gonna be able to put our MOUs and stuff in there.
Anything.
Yeah, just for
Yeah, you could put anything in there.
interlocals,
Yeah.
MOUs, contracts, everything.
Yeah.
I don't know who,
Trouble tracking those.
I don't know who's gonna go back and fish up all that stuff, but
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to do some information gathering.
Yeah.
But in this state, if we get them, this has got a migration of 1,000 agreements in it that they'll bring over and put in here.
okay.
And obviously we can modify that if we need to, depending on the number that we have.
Who's gonna, your department's gonna be tasked with, when something goes through court and agreement that sent you y'all to put in there? How's that gonna work?
So because it says like a workflow built in,
Yeah,
I mean, obviously we assist in any way we can, but my thought ideally was, and Chris, you can touch on this if you feel a need. So you got like Ashley and George before a contract comes to court, well, depending on it. It's kind of get their blessing, right?
Yep.
So in my opinion, being that this has got workflows built in, that should start with them in here, get the details in there, They signed off on it. You got an audit trail. George signed off. Ashley signed off. So after waving this around. And once that's done, maybe at that point, it's allowed to go through court. Once it's executed in court, the fully executed, everything comes back into the contract software.
Okay.
So obviously, like I said, we can assist with that, but it might
Might be better.
be dual work if
No,
we're
I think,
doing
I
it.
think you hit the nail on the head with
Yeah.
Ashley and George's office.
And it's all it's really automated. It went through, if you remember, Chris, like email alerts and you log in and you've got notifications. And it was all very simple.
Perfect, I like it.
So which one of these is the contract management software?
That's right here. Like I said, it's not in my budget.
Okay.
Can I get a paper cut down?
Knocked out a couple trees today.
So are you? I'm gonna say this here, this is something we need to get going now. I don't think we need to budget it. I think we need to find some money now to get going, don't you think, Aaron? I mean, we need to get this, I mean, if we wait 5, 6 months till next year, I mean, we're gonna be that much farther behind.
Yeah, that's a few.
I mean, I think
We
we
need
need to
what,
put
11,500 now?
I mean, see if you can locate some money and put it on court next week and see if we can get started, because we need to get started with it, because every court, every day, we get farther and farther behind on this stuff. That's just my suggestion.
Ashley's probably ought to come out of either Ashley's or purchasing's.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, I don't care where it comes from.
I don't care where it comes from, just see if you can get it out of one of those departments, and let's put it on court for next week, if you don't mind.
Would it not be non-departmental? Because of the
It'd be, yeah,
road bridge and everything.
Yeah, we do have enough logins, I think, for the main people that are usually involved with contracts, like you probably want Mike Leslie at least be able to log in and pull his.
Yeah.
The purchasing and auditing departments and Ashley's department, and then at least one for my department.
that's fine. Okay. You wanna do that, that'd be, who you want to put it on court, you want? George, put it on there, you got it, okay. Send this to George, who's got this in their computer, you?
I think you have it, Chris, right? Okay.
Send it to Ashley and let her know, and then just, let's get it on court for next week, if you don't mind, we can do non-departmental,
Out of the budget.
out of budget, you know.
I like that name, I like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ashley couldn't make the demo, but she was aware of everything, and she said
Well,
She
I
was
didn't
good
make
with
the
it.
meter, but remember, you're not discussing. It's above my head, so you're good. Okay, you have anything else?
no, like I said, if any of you want to go through in detail, I'm open to it. I know it's confusing in here, but
Okay,
that's all I have.
okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody got anything else? No?
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
312. Who's the next victim? Oh,
Last but not least.
communications.
There aren't many.
It'd be easy without money this morning. That's why I scheduled me. I knew, I told
We
you,
didn't
bro.
get, we didn't
I
get,
told
very-
you, bro, there was a strategy to this.
frankly, we were out of money before this morning.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, we just humored the sheriff.
I said,
He didn't even bring cookies. Okay, it's 313, communications. Quentin, floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. I was one of the guys that took it easy, I guess, when we were told to kind of keep it restricted this year, so I took that serious, so I hope you guys appreciate that. Well, you know, I try. Fortunately, the equipment we mess with and dealt with, it's not cheap, just like IT, so anyway, I'm just gonna go by the expenditure lines that the ClearGov shows. So I'm just gonna go down the list. Starting with one of my most important items here is my communications assistant, John, Assistant Director. Requested last year if you could get a raise. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And I'm back this year seeing if we could reconsider possibly giving him a raise. Just a few key points on John. He joined us back in November 2020. Came from Port Arthur, City of Port Arthur, mainly the police department, communications, 24 years. He's indispensable. I'm just going to tell you guys. He works quickly, performs duties, high attention to detail. His knowledge and all the certification he brought from the city and just his background has brought a lot of benefit to the county, not just our department, IT, emergency management, the sheriff's office, dispatch. He's been a great asset. If you want to ask any of the departments I just mentioned, they'll back me, no question. Anyway, he said that he's currently at 61,915 and asking for a pretty significant increase. I would appreciate anything that we could get. I'm asking for 72,603.22, which is a group 23, step 14. Next on the list, let's see here. Our supplies lines, our office supply line, it's good. We're good with that. We're pretty comfortable. We've been maintaining that pretty well. Our supplies, it's kind of a different line. It's what we use for our air card, all of our connectivity devices that we use for backup connectivity to our tower sites. What we're about to add to dispatch. So we are adding a few additional air cards this end of this year into next year. So we're just increasing the budget, asking to increase the budget just $100. So it's not a very significant increase of what we're looking at right now. Next lines are contractual. Contractual stayed the same, but I guess we were asked to kind of break down what our current contractual is. Is that correct, Aaron?
Sure.
Okay. Mainly our contractual we use for contracting, contract installers for radio installs. If John and I would use, if we have nothing, absolutely not anything going on, which is not very often, we usually knock it out if it's something that can be done quickly. But in most cases, we have to contract a contractor to come and do radio installs. Could be sometimes emergency equipment for some of the emergency vehicles, ambulances, sheriff's office cars, stuff like that. Troubleshooting, we usually knock out some of the troubleshooting. I was going to ask for an additional employee this year, but I took the kind of keep it down seriously. So in the future, I will ask for a shop manager that will be able to help us out on that because it is a much needed task that we deal with every day. We troubleshoot all the sheriff's office vehicles, road and bridge vehicles, EMS, everything, public safety, public work vehicles. That's what comes in and out of our office. So as far as the contractual goes, that's pretty much what that's used for. Sometimes minor tower work, base station installs for offices, repairing antennas, stuff like that. Travel and training. We're asking for a $3,000 increase this year. This year, we've already kind of tapped into the max with just some of the traveling going up, just cost with everything. The breakdown of what we do on a normal basis is our Motorola Trunking Users Conference. Usually there's a state conference and a national conference. If the state conference falls anywhere within a pretty reasonable distance of Texas, we'll go to that. We try to attend that. Like last year, we were able to go. It was in San Antonio. But if it's like Abilene, stuff like that, we kind of just skip off. But we do make all the state ones, right? The local ones. So, yeah, they're usually located in New Braunfels, no further than San Antonio. TDM Homeland Security Conference, that's something we attend with emergency management every year. This year was a little higher. The hotel that we picked was not in the hotel block, and they said that they would put it in the block. So we scheduled the hotel and they never got the contract to. So our hotel rooms rates were a little higher this year. So we're going to kind of make sure that doesn't happen next year. National Hurricane Conference. We usually attend if it's with close, like New Orleans, as the one the year before last, right, Ryan? New Orleans was up last year. 21, yeah. We attended, but like I said, the Florida ones and stuff like that, I don't go to those. As you know, I'm a certified peace officer. I'm with Ryan's office on the fire marshal's office and medic, being EMT. There's all kinds of CE hours that I have to keep up with that I contribute to the county. So John's also a certified firefighter and medic as well. We help the EMS, emergency management out, everything. If it's public safety, we do it. So we ask them just to have a little increase in keeping our hours up, our CE hours. And then the Set Track conference that we attend with public health and emergency management, which is usually located in Galveston yearly. So other than that, give or take a few little online classes or something like that, that's what we're asking the increase for to $10,000. As you know, fuel and maintenance. Fuel's gone up. As a couple of quarters ago, we mentioned to you that we already tapped our whole 2022 budget out due to diesel costs and unleaded costs being up. However, we were able to fortunately get rid of the diesel truck and trade for a F-150, which we just got last week. So that's going to help out a lot. However, just with fuel costs, the future, I'm asking if we can, so we don't run into tapping into other budgets. I'm asking if we could increase it from 10,000 to 15,000 for 2023. Service contracts, not really a change on the costs. We're comfortable on that with our current agreements and contracts in place. We'll quickly go over what we currently pay. Our big ticket item is Harris County Motorola maintenance contract. That basically covers all of our radio tower sites, PM maintenances, the consoles over at dispatch, all that good stuff. Upgrade software. If you have any questions on that particular line item, since it's kind of a higher cost. Our inventory cloud software, that's basically our WAF scanner. Like whenever we check in, check out radios or any kind of high price item, we keep out all that inventory with our WAF program. Since it's cloud based, we do have a annual $1,100 fee to keep that up. Our logging recorder maintenance contract, logging recorder is to monitor our tower sites to make sure towers are doing good in live time. We can check if there's any channels that are down or going to alarm modes or anything like that. That's up constantly in our office, and also can email us if we have any issues if we're away from the office. That's $2,100 annually. Oh, I'm sorry. Back that up. The logging recorder is for the dispatch logging recorder, the phone and radio traffic recording. The next one, the radio tower monitoring. I had that flip flop. I'm sorry. So logging, recording, maintenance is the actual recording system in dispatch that we have to maintain. Like I said, that's all telephone communications with dispatch and radio communications with dispatch being recorded. Then back to the radio tower monitoring, what I just explained to you previously, that's at $3,700 annually. The body camera contract, so that was approved for 2022 this year to purchase. I'm still in the process of with WatchGuard / Motorola, since Motorola just recently bought out WatchGuard. I'm in the works of trying to get that purchased, but the $11,000 is for the next 4 years. We paid $11,000 to maintain the equipment and own it, and every 3 years they upgrade the body mics and stuff like that.
Any reason why you're not looking at the same thing, the body? worn?
So when I explained to court, there was features that weren't needed that the sheriff's office uses. And there were a few other features that we could utilize better with WatchGuard. One of the big things with the body worn, which is a great product, I actually went to the demo and stuff with the sheriff's office when we first looked into it. Their cameras are basically cell phones that are built into their uniforms. We're not a daily uniform wearer. So we need a little more rugged camera that could wear outside of the vest or anything like that. And WatchGuard is known for having good quality outerwear cameras, and they also hold the state contract for DPS, multiple agencies throughout the state and the United States. They're a well-known product. And since we're just such a small department and it came with its own software, I guess, to maintain, we figured that would be the best choice for us. And with the offer of upgrading the cameras every 3 years, that was a pretty good deal as well. So
This 11,000 for 3 years or 4 years?
so it would be for 4 years. I got approved for the initial first purchase part, which, like I said, I'm in the process of doing right now. So the 11,000 will only be tagged for 4 more years. Yes, sir.
So you'll pay
11,000.
11,000 total for 4 years, or you pay 11,000?
11,000 a year.
Per year.
Per year, yes.
So it's $44,000.
Yes, the whole camera system was 51 something. So like I said, the first payment is in the process. So that's our pretty much everything on our service contract as of now.
I think under capital, you hoping to get vehicles next year.
Okay, so in the original one, before we knew that we were getting the truck, so
Yeah.
we can axe the truck, one vehicle, that would be deleted. I don't know if that was still in clear gov. I believe it was. That's why we mentioned it, correct? Okay. So yes, the truck, we were blessed with purchasing, helping us out on acquiring, so we got that covered. However, I'm still requesting, if anything possible, if we could get a new vehicle for me. Mine's a 2015 Expedition. It's well over 100,000 miles, and my check engine light constantly stays on. There's always issues with it. Now, in the past, Ryan can back me on this. This has not been purchased through us or through our line items. It fell under, was it actually health services or something like that? Since I'm part of the fire marshal's office, EMS and emergency management, usually my vehicle is considered an emergency vehicle, so it's purchased under a different line item. I just putting the requests in my budget. So I don't know if that's something that, if you consider allowing, that we can get with Aaron and work on that.
Yeah, that's an allowable expense.
So.
Where?
So that 141,000 should be more like about
I mean,
50,000.
So the vehicle with equipment, with the little, I think I estimated 10% overage on just adjustments if price changed by next year, was 74,339. That's with equipment, one vehicle. That would be just basically another Expedition, replacing Expedition. So. Next ticket item for capital is the Cedar Bayou Tower. That's going to be Commissioner Cohn's office. We upgraded the microwave dish to connect back to the Mont Belvieu Tower, which gets the county connection to the Cedar Bayou Annex. When we upgraded it, the antenna was much larger than the old antenna. So the capacity for the current tower, it's overloaded. So if we get a high wind or anything like that, they do have connectivity issues, and there's the possibility of the tower actually giving out. So we definitely don't want that. So I'm asking for $11,000 to replace that tower with just another short 40-foot tower, but just more beefier to be able to handle that microwave dish. And last, the radios that EMS currently have, which also the fire services have throughout the county, they're at their end of life. We've purchased those back in 2012. They've been great radios. They're still in good shape. However, service is going to be hard to get for them here soon. What I'm requesting is if we can purchase 16 portable radios and dedicate those to EMS and the current EMS radios that they have, return back to communications and let us redistribute through the fire department or have spares as they're at end of life. We can just kind of run them out drag them on for a couple more years so we don't have to purchase
So the handheld.
handheld radios. Yes, sir. Mhm.
How many is that?
16, that would be for the entire EMS service.
So would you spend, so you spent about 38,000 this year on radios. What was that?
That was for the sheriff's office, DA's office, a couple for communications. What other radios? That was it. Yes, sir. Sheriff's office was a big, I believe they had 6 of them. And DA's office, 4 of them. So.
All right, so about 5,600 a piece.
Handhelds, what are the latest on the HVAC contract on handhelds? I didn't give the breakdown.
It should be in the.
Yeah, 16 divided, 90 divided by 16 is about 56.
Okay.
So. I was curious, Mount Belview's were like 8,500, so
Yes, sir.
I didn't know what to. Guess there's some difference.
Just depending what they got. Yes, sir. So,
There is a little bit of a difference. They don't have the capabilities that we utilize here in the county.
so
They're very, very, very basic.
Which ones?
The Mont Belvieu ones.
Okay, well, they're 8,500 in order.
well, I'm trying to figure out which model they purchased,
Okay.
what we're talking about.
The full fire rate.
The full fire radio, yes, the fire rated radios, yes. Yeah.
Are we intrinsically safe?
No, sir, they're not. And no, so that's if we were in the industrial area, that was something that we considered, but
But still, we respond to gas leaks and stuff sometimes. I'm just curious.
yeah, there's opinions on this typically safe stuff now that, yeah, some of these MTUG meetings that we go to, there's talk about it, and I just don't feel that it's worth the cost for us right now to utilize that, so.
We still do get.
Still walking up over your cell phone and everything else.
Right, exactly, exactly. And on the radios, just the last IT radios, as Derek mentioned, he's gained a few employees in the department. We do utilize the handhelds a lot whenever we go to sites, when we're working on switches and stuff. We constantly communicating. We have our actual own dedicated IT channel that's encrypted. So we're just asking for 3 additional radios for that department to let them distribute with it however they want with their employees.
Was that 16 or 19?
So that would get 16 for EMS and 3 for
That's 19.
yeah, they're all handhelds. They're not mobile units.
That sounds like really more.
That throws my math off.
Sorry.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions or anything for?
I had one more thing. It's just on the capital expenses was the analyzer. This is going to be one of my least ticketed items if we had to make decisions. This is just something we've been needing in the last couple of budget seasons. We put in there. We can always outsource if we do need this equipment, but it's a analyzer that would help us check antennas and cables at towers. Usually we'll have to get a contractor to come out and we'll have to get them to test cables, sweep lines if we have any kind of issues, antenna issues. It's just a device that would help us be able to do some of that troubleshooting on our own. If not this year, I could maybe shoot for next year on it. The analyzer's $37,330.02, and the accessories to integrate to some of the Motorola equipment that we currently utilize would make up a difference right about 50,000 total.
Where are we at on the tower that we're hopefully paying for out of ARPA?
I'm not having a lot of luck, to be honest with you. Samantha tells me that the guy's working on some type of environmental thing. I shoot an email. I don't hear anything. I'm not having a lot of luck. So I'll touch base with her. That was one of my
Breakdown in what, breakdown with who?
communication. Just not getting,
With the tower people?
not Samantha, no, not the
No,
tower
I know
people,
not-
or the grant, whoever's in charge of this grant. It's managing the grant part. I'm not putting the blame on
No,
Samantha, but
I understand. I just want to see where we was at on that. 'cause
Yeah, I mean,
big
it's-
ticket there.
the ball is rolling, but it's slowly rolling. So.
Okay.
It's not as fast as I'd like it because that tower isn't,
I think Tom
it's
needs
very
to
old.
give us
It's in
some
bad shape.
liaison.
So. Yep.
Not see where they're at on that. Also, Ron, I know I've asked you this 4 or 5 times about the beacon for Life Flight at the Anahuac Airport. Where we at? I didn't know if that was Quentin and you together or.
Yeah, so I'll get with Quentin. So we're working on the grant first, because the grant, that's about a $270,000 project. So I want to get the grant funds first before we move forward on it. So we've applied for the grant. Herman should be matching a portion of that grant as well. And then the other grants to the FAA, and that'll give us IFR with the weather station at Anahuac Airport.
Okay, and
It's
they
about
can,
$270,000. So
they can fly blind over here and land.
yes and
In
no.
the fall.
I mean, they can, with IFR, it basically lowers the ceiling, so they can fly at a lower level than they
Okay.
normally could and have less visibility. But they still have their
Wind,
standard FAA
yeah.
restrictions based on weather, but it will give them access to much better access, especially like during the fall when we start having sea fog coming in.
Yeah.
That alleviates them from flying or have to fly all the way around the bay. This would give them better access to come into the county to fly.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just want to, did anybody have anything else for Quentin? No.
Now, did you did you do I think that's what you just said. You spent the money on for the radio tower microwave links?
No, that's a project I'm still working on for this year. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to 2-part that because the other part depends on the new tower coming up that Commissioner Gore just mentioned. So I am gonna do the first part of that project, which is connect the Mont Belvieu Tower back to our dispatch tower. And that's gonna carry our county network as well as the radio traffic. Uh-oh.
So we have an update. Oh, never mind. Yeah,
Okay.
she's already reached out to Michael to see where
Okay,
we're at on that. So.
I
Got my
appreciate
part
it. Not trying to throw anybody on the bus.
Yeah, no,
I
like I
just-
said,
I know-
Samantha's been
I
responding
know-
every time I
I know-
ask her a question.
Yeah, and I
She
knew
gets
it
back
wasn't-
with me. It's just,
I knew it wasn't with her. I just wanted to,
Yeah,
if we could hope somebody to get the ball rolling that quickly. just
yeah, she's
help
already
us.
reached out to Michael.
So that's that tower's, and you said it's at the end of its life. it's
1998.
passed.
It was engineered for 20 years and it was erected in 1998. So there we go.
We appreciate it. Anybody else have anything? No? Thank you very much, Quentin.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
What
One more.
we got now, Aaron?
JP4.
Who?
Should we take,
We'll take 5?
yeah, let's take 5 real quick.
All right, we're gonna take a short break. We'll come
Maybe.
back at 3:45. Any money to buy.
Yeah, Billy had a long day. So I had no money. I ain't gonna ask you compared to that one. Ain't gonna ask.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Judge.
All right, thank you all very much for the opportunity to have some pay increases for employees. That is in there. Do a great job, long-term employees. Really what I wanted to speak to was some part-time increase in the part-time budget. And then leading up to third full-time employee for the office, we're definitely feeling the growth of the precinct in the west side. And what we have is a lot of new people that are dazed and confused, and so the phone rings a lot. hey, where do I get my dump sticker? Where do I get my registration for my vehicle? It's not tracked in our caseload, but the notary service, valuable service, people love it. The notary service, that can easily take a clerk 10, 15 minutes, depending on what kind of document, if they're well prepared. So we had, and if there's two clerks there, usually they handle it pretty darn well. But if somebody's on vacation, somebody's out sick, definitely with phone ring and notary service, caseload for traffic tickets, civil, it can become somewhat overwhelming and get very flustered for them. So this year we're asking for at least an increase in part-time.
Yeah.
Would you, and we discussed this the other day a little bit, I think I did, slept since then. Would you be interested in moving your part-time over to full-time?
Yes, absolutely.
Because, I mean, 3 clerks in a department, I mean, I don't see where there's a huge need for a part-timer unless you got the 2 or 3, 2 out.
Well,
Maybe.
the part-time, it helps us out because, yes, I would love to have her full-time. The part-time is, we can kind of get caught up when and the part-time is kind of not just out of the clerk substitute pool, right? It's got to be somebody that spent time in a JP office, that's trained, that can look stuff up on the computer, that can actually help instead of, hey, please call back tomorrow. So the one we have right now, and I don't know how interested she is in full-time, but she does a great job. And that would be a huge benefit.
You currently have 2 full-time clerks, right?
We do, yes, sir. For those in the audience, we're the only JP court in the county with only two full-time clerks. I think anywhere from 3 to 4, maybe is 4 plus some part-time, I'm not certain. Some of the numbers from the report we ran, we don't have as much on a criminal caseload, but we definitely have as much on a civil caseload. I'll let lead this.
Yeah, you're very similar to what JP6 is on that.
Yeah, JP6.
More in the civil.
Civil, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's something that we're hanging in there, but it especially shows up when a clerk's out for COVID and she's out for 3 weeks, and and none of us getting any younger. So sometimes those things are unavoidable. Do y'all have any questions for me other than what's already been asked?
Well, I see your travel and training's up, but it's up across the board.
Yes, sir. And surprisingly enough, I don't know if COVID kind of took out some, the elderly and the sick, and the funeral homes are struggling right now. Because, knock on wood, people aren't dying. And I know that sounds strange, but I'm guessing we're probably below budget on the number of inquests as far as having to send to autopsies and such. That's been kind of a strange scenario going on.
Pretty clean up.
Yep. All right, gentlemen, y'all have a good evening.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Blake.
y'all's
Thank you.
efforts.
Thank you, Blake.
Okay, what do you have for us?
I don't have anything else.
You already went, didn't
Yeah.
you? He's already
Just
gone.
originally.
Yeah.
No, I know that.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought you might have had something else.
Yeah, so, like, these are just broken big tax rate stuff, making sure we're still good. Hopefully we get that this week. I can give you numbers, to see how much, rates could be for our effective and our rollback. There is, I didn't really mention this before, but the ledge did have this, this new rate called, it's called unused increment rate. Basically, it's the difference between what you adopt than the rollback rate or the motor pool rate. You can bank up the difference between that rate. And so there is a small bank. I'm still kind of learning how that works in futures.
I'd heard of that.
You can use it. going over your 300%. And it won't trigger that rollback election. So I'm still kind of figuring out how that works in the future, if that goes back down or, but hopefully I'll get that to y'all this week. Think about cross-border rating, what you guys want to do, what the goal is, and Tuesday, I mean, we can start shooting things out, you know, things that you clearly know that's not gonna be something y'all want to do for next year, we can kind of go through that. Start knocking things out.
I think we need to go ahead and look, another judge had mentioned it about the tax note, see what we want to put in there.
I think before we do that, I think our next step, we need to sit down the whole court and we need to put a facilities plan and priorities together. Because that's what we're gonna be putting into that tax note.
Well,
So some of the
I
stuff-
thought we were doing vehicles, not buildings and stuff in this tax note, but
Yeah, so I think we, on the kind of the tax note, you kind of want to, it's a 7-year note, you know, it's less than 10 million. And so something to discuss is, you know, you kind of want to match your asset to the loan. So, you know, vehicles, equipment, things like that. Now, because you can move that from general fund to tax now, so that does free up money in your general fund to do planning, the architects, you know, if you're doing,
I mean, it makes sense if you're gonna do long-term, you're gonna do a building or something. You shouldn't be doing it out of your general fund. You should be stretching it out over the life of the product.
yeah, and probably you want longer than 7 years.
Yeah, it would make more sense to fund vehicles out of the general fund. If you can do it that way and then do a long-term
Yeah,
payback on the,
yeah,
Bill.
anything longer, any longer than 7 years, you get a CO or bond election. That's kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of the route it's gonna go, but we can only issue it for 7 years.
I thought we were doing it for some buildings too.
I think, and I think that you're correct. I mean, we need to look at buildings, and I mean, I don't know if we need to break it down to precincts or how, I don't know what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's a
think-
countywide deal.
It is a countywide deal. It needs to be countywide. You don't need to be
I don't know, what-
precinct
I don't know what
specific,
on your side that you need done, is what I'm getting to.
but I do.
That's what I'm saying. Precinct, you would know, and Rick Hamlin.
Yeah, I mean, mine's really not that complicated. It's the same thing I've been saying for a long time.
Yeah,
You
so
know.
this is what I think about the whole deal, so. We got this grant to build this new EMS building. And the grant's for $5 million, but the building's gonna cost us $8 million. So we have to get all these projects on paper, and then we have to sit down and figure out which one's priority and which one we're gonna put money to. And just like the grant, how long can we hold on to that $5 million grant before we lose it? You know,
We have to put up our money.
yeah, so we gotta figure all those things out. So I'm gonna ask Samantha right now if she'll send something out to all the department heads and everybody put their wish list on paper, you know, and she can collect all that for facilities.
Right.
So, and then we have to do that right now. We've been talking about it for over a year. So, and we have a blank piece of paper right now. So,
Actually, we've been talking about it more than over a year.
yeah. So we gotta get that list, figure out what it is. We're gonna all have to sit down and figure out what's
But we need to
priority
do-
for the
yeah,
county.
we need to do it before we finalize this budget.
We do.
this year.
You're exactly
We need to
right.
Get it done.
So, and then we need to see what our opportunities are before we wrap up the budget cycle. So to move
Right.
forward on some of those projects and what makes the most sense going forward. So, but we gotta get some of this stuff off the ground. If not, before we know it, we're gonna be buying another trailer complex somewhere to put people at.
Well, you know, I met with Marissa this morning, you know, looking at her stuff, and we've got that same situation in a lot of places. Tax office is busting out the zoos. You know, personally, I agree, we need to look at it, but I don't think we need to be spending $3 million for a building we don't necessarily need just because we get some other help. I think we need to take advantage of it if we can, but not if it makes us miss doing something else we got it that we really need.
Right.
You know, we need to concentrate on what we need.
When would you want to guys have the plan? Like, so at next Tuesday, well, we budget hearings kind of booked already for half the day, which nothing's really just set in stone. then every Tuesday after that, we've got, like, hearings, workshops, so
We can do this as part of one of the workshops.
which one so we can kind of get. If you want to get together with everybody and
Personally, I think it needs to be one of the first, and more in the beginning. I think we need to get it up.
So next Tuesday, we have court
Mhm.
and then budget hearing after that. So we don't have anybody else to see, do we? So we'll start workshop where the red pen comes in. So start there and then, so maybe the following meeting,
Yeah, we can do that.
or, I mean, we can do it the second half of. after
We can do it
court
the second half of next Tuesday,
Of next
but in
Tuesday.
that one, I think you're probably gonna be looking at how much money we really got to spend. More for that.
So you just want to shoot the 16th as your kind of facility plan?
I think it'll give people time to get back with Samantha and get it to us, so we can look at it.
Yeah, if we do.
And I think pretty much everybody knows what they want, so, just get it on paper, so. We probably have some rough numbers on what those projects are gonna be.
And it needs to look out probably about 10 years into the future.
Yeah, so,
With a
we
time.
know, so building these community building over there, and we already know what the community building costs. We know what four ball fields cost, We got a pretty good number on the new tax office over there, what it should cost. We got price on the EMS building, so. We're fixing to know what we're spending on the women's facility, which is coming out of 91, but still. Yeah, we gotta have something on paper. We'll keep talking about it.
Let's shoot for the 16th. Okay. Anything else? What's our time?
50,
3:50?
450.
What?
It is 350, okay.
Oh, man.
Nothing else, we're on budget here, we are adjourned at 3:50.